Good evening and welcome to the Board of Selectmen's meeting for September 24th. What we're going to do first, we're going to go into executive session. And quickly, when we return, hopefully at 6:30, just quick topics. It'll be department board updates, then public input, members update, appointments to different boards. Then we talk about marijuana items, selectmen's goals, updates on selectmen's policies, the Baker House, master plan implementation update, town administrator and assistant town administrator, and then minutes. So I look to go to executive session, and we hope to be all done at 6:30 as opposed to last time when it was like 7 o'clock. So I look for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved. No.
You wanna read it?
Wait, you want me to read both the motions, Anita, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I would say so, yes.
All right, move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21, Subsection A, Clause 4, to convene an executive session to review the application of the Herb Company LLC for a retail marijuana license with Marijuana Working Group, and then also to, that the board...
Clause 6 you can begin with, I guess.
Yeah, and at Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if the chair declares that an open meeting law may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body.
Second.
So roll call on that. Did you read both?
Yep.
Okay. Roll call. Selectman Napoli.
Aye.
There's no there.
Let's look at the coast.
You can
There's
go
a
with the
there.
coast. I'll just go with coast, yes, I'm in favor.
Selectman Glavy.
Selectman Glavy, Dick Glavy. Yeah.
Selectman Knox. Aye.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's just giving.
I gotcha.
All right, welcome back to the Selectmen's meeting of June 24th, 2019. We just get through executive session at 6:30. It's supposed to be 6:40. We're not that far behind time. Organization Pledge of Allegiance, followed by department and board updates. A, gift acceptance of park recreation and community education. B, gift acceptance of the Council on Aging. C, update format for tax bills by tax collector, the Munis system. D, bond anticipation note for the library and water authorization. At 6:50, public input and members' input. At 6:55, we have appointments for the Conservation Commission, the Council on Aging, Cultural Council, Disability Committee, Littleton Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Board of Trustees, Open Space and Recreation Implementation Committee, Shade Tree Committee, Taxation Aid Committee, Mart Advisory Board, and Constable. After that, we have the marijuana items that will be a joint meeting with the Marijuana Working Group. Part A would be a presentation by the Herb Group LLC retail marijuana license. B, setting a possible deadline for marijuana license submissions. And C, a discussion about the informal petition that went around the 10th of this month. After that, it's supposed to be around 8:45, will be selectmen's goals, including department head suggestions. 8 will be a review of selectmen's policies and regulations, post-intern position possible. And we'll be talking about the Baker House update. 10 will be the master plan implementation committee update, followed by town administrator, assistant town administrators, information on contract updates with the deputy chiefs, facilities manager position, Littleton Ridge IC, Hannah Dodge compliance certificate. D, revised intermunicipal agreement with Boxborough for animal control officer, and a disclosure for something we might be putting on our agendas in the future at the top.
And one other item, Joe, sorry, it's probably not, it's in red, so it's kind of hard to see, but.
F, general ledger correction for Veterans Memorial Project. I did miss that, thank you. Pledge of Allegiance, Chase. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You want to take the lead on this, Anita, on the,
I'd be glad to. I believe Mike Prue from the Parks and Recreation Commission was going to attempt to be here this evening. Not seeing him in the audience, I would ask, we do have a gift acceptance that was received by the Littleton Parks Recreation Community Education Department to assist them with building a fishing dock at Long Lake. Subject to any further discussion, we do have a draft motion prepared.
do we have any further discussion on that gift? Seeing none for
No.
motion?
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to accept a gift from Ms. Carol and Mr. William White pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 53A, in the amount of $1,000, and to allow the Parks, Recreation, and Community Education Department to expend the funds towards building a fishing dock at Long Lake.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Second part.
We have another gift acceptance, and we're very thankful to the giftors. That is being received by the EHS department, and I did see Liz in the audience. If the board has any questions, we can certainly ask Liz, but it's in recognition of your good works, was from the John C. Morrison, Eunice B. Morrison Charitable Foundation. Subject to any further discussion, we have a draft motion prepared.
Any further discussion?
Just, Morrison Charitable Foundation is always there for us and helps us out in many, many ways. So just for anyone that gives us a gift, whether it be folks that are donating to help us build the dock, or the Morrison Foundation and the Cooper Foundation, any number of foundations, we're fortunate to have all these charitable organizations supporting all our different organizations around town. Thank you. I move that the Board of Selectmen vote to accept a gift from the John C. Morrison and Eunice B. Morrison Charitable Foundation pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 53A, in the amount of $2,500, and to allow the Elder and Human Services Department to expend the funds in furtherance of their mission.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Now, next part has to do with Steve. With the Munis update?
Oh, yes. We have our tax collector, Debbie Richards, and our interim finance director and treasurer, Steve Venuti, here to discuss the changes with Munis as it relates to property tax bills.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we are 2 weeks into our conversion with taxes. Converted all the data successfully back to 2008. And we have sent out as of today our preliminary tax bills. That's a hard word to say. Preliminary tax bills, and Debbie's going to explain those.
So, in your packet that you received, you have a copy of what the old bill looks like out of the older system.
We'll work on that. Did not put that in my slide, sorry.
So, if you look at it, it's it's not very pretty. Cosmetically, I've had a lot of people call and say they don't like some of the wording on it, like the word outstanding and all that kind of stuff. And if you look, you have your first and second quarter. It just doesn't flow nice out of the older system. Now with the new bill, if you look just right off the bat, it's just cleaner, it's crisp. You can see that, it tells you what your quarter one is due, what your quarter two is due. Then you can pay it online, and then you scroll down a little bit lower. You have like the coupon, your remit to 1, which is when you send in for your August payment, and your 2 for your November payment. So it's a little bit easier to read on the eyes, and it's got the bold. So it makes, I think, the residents in Littleton will understand it a little bit better. So that's what those look like. And then in that insert that everybody will be receiving is a little, we have a little history or about what, how our property tax bills are and how they come out 4 times a year. Well, there's 3 times a year. You have your preliminary, and it explains you get that in June with your August and November coupon and what it's, how many months it covers. And then you'll get your 3rd quarter by the end of December and your 4th quarter by the end of March. And it just gives the residents here a little bit more knowledge of how we send out our bills. And then it also says that, you can pay online. And we also recommend that you subscribe to the e-alerts, because I do blurb out, friendly reminders that your taxes are due. And by law, I do have to mail these bills to every homeowner, even if they escrow. So if you do escrow, please still open up your bills so you can make sure that they are paying them. And this year, we mailed out roughly 4,500 real estate bills and 170 personal property bills. This year, normally, I would stuff them, like if you own 2 properties, I would personally go in there and find them and stuff them and fold them. But this year, you're gonna probably be getting a separate one, because we contracted with Kelly and Ryan, who currently do our excise tax bills. And that's just the way that they do them. They print them separately, it's quicker, they have the machinery that just does them quick. And just another reminder that there will be no mailing for the November 1st, but you can sign up for my e-alerts, and I also, through social media, tweet out. And there are also reminders in the Littleton Cable and the Independent, and of course, our sandwich boards that people probably see.
This stuffer that's going in with the tax bills for this quarter, it's kind of the questions that always come up with phone calls into Deb's office. So we tried to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, introduce the new tax bill, and answer some of the common questions that residents do have.
Board, any questions?
That's great, and somewhere in the midst of all this is reference to the ability to do this all online, and by what was the date on that, the target date, anyway?
To pay the bills on them?
No, to do the open checkbook, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead to the open checkbook piece of things.
The open checkbook?
Steve's
That's-
referenced
That's
that.
coming, but.
Well, it's reference to
Really
Eunice,
hasn't
you had
had
well, I thought you had a specific date on for that, didn't you?
Our first paycheck will be issued July 5th when we
Okay.
convert that. So we want to make sure that that piece of the puzzle
Right.
is integrated in. So I'm thinking I can come back with a demonstration to the board sometime August. Early August.
Okay, yeah.
Q3 maybe? Q3-ish? Q3-ish?
Quarter 3.
Third quarter?
August,
Yes.
Yeah.
Q1 fiscal
Q1.
year.
Sorry.
Yeah,
End of
there's some
Q1.
reference to that, wasn't it in the packet? I'm not making this up.
I don't recall.
Open checkbook, no. That's in here
I mean,
somewhere.
the subject has definitely come up, and in the defense of the finance department and Steve's defense, I've asked to see some things before they move further. So, I may be part of the delay there, but we're working on it, and Steve's pushing me, so that's good.
I can tell you, I've built it and designed it, and it looks good. It does what we want it to do.
Pushing's better than pulling.
Hopefully Steve doesn't have to pull me, so. Okay,
Great, looks
Thanks.
good. Nice job.
thank you, Debbie.
And Part D, loans bond anticipation note.
So tonight, we're approving the borrowing anticipation note for 2 things. First, the library project, $1.5 million for the design of the building that was approved at special town meeting. And also $2 million
It's in the goals.
of the Whitcomb Ave Wells project. That's a $7 million authorization, but we're just covering a portion of the construction because the schedule isn't finalized just yet. So this is a $3.5 million bond, went out to bid. Coupon is 2.5%. We received a premium of about $28,000, a little bit more than $28,000. Brought the net interest cost down to 1.63% and change. The premium that we received will cover our bonding costs of about $16,000. And then it also brings down the premium, the principal of the notes. So the $3.5 million turns into $3,489,000. So we can borrow less, a little less. So that's the projects, and we have documents, of course, for everyone to sign. And there is a second piece of this. I don't know, do they have the
They
copies of
do,
this?
yep,
Okay.
the continuing discussion of the,
So with each of these bond issues that we do, one of the documents that you guys actually sign is a continuing disclosure, a special events, I believe it's called, special events disclosure, which just says that if anything happens to the town, we're obligated to disclose it according to SEC rules. What the SEC did since our last bond issue was added 2 more pieces to the list of things that would cause us to disclose further information. And with that change in rules from the SEC, they also put in a caveat that any person or entity that would purchase our bonds, either have purchased or will purchase, can ask for a copy of our continuing disclosure procedures. So bond counsel gave us the template to put together a continuing disclosure procedure. We updated it with what we would do, along with our agent, is now at Unibank Financial Advisory Services. And we have something in front of you tonight to adopt. So what this does is says, if anything financially happens with the town, we're obligated to disclose it to this website. It's called Emma.
We'll
I
take
know
your
what
word
the
for it.
I used to know what the acronym is. Emma is,
I have it there.
We take your word for it, Steve.
Electronic Municipal Market Access.
there you go.
Sounds like a very exciting website.
It is, actually.
I am.
If you're an investor, it is. They can find out anything about the town, they can look at past audit reports, they look at our official statements that we have to issue with each bond that we do. And that goes out there, the earliest issue that I saw back there was from 1991. So as long as a bond is still outstanding, they'll have it out there. So that they've added a couple of different caveats, like I mentioned. One of them is in case we issue things through the Mass Water Trust, which the septic could be issued through those. That would be something that would trigger a disclosure requirement, because it doesn't go through the actual bond process that we have. It goes separately through Mass Water. The second thing would be if we did a lease, for example, a tax-free lease. School department leases copy machines. We lease copy machines. Those are generally tax-free transactions. And the IRS rules say that that could possibly trigger a disclosure opportunity. So as soon as we initiate that first contract, it would be September with the school department. Steve Mark estimated that to be about $70,000 to $80,000 of a contract. We'll submit that to bond counsel, see if, in their opinion, that's a significant event. If it is, then we have to disclose it out on Emma.
But we just have to throw it out there, and anyone that wants to see it
Absolutely.
can go see it there. We don't have to worry about where.
Nope, as long as it's there, it's a central repository, and that's where investors would go to look. Because don't forget, people are buying our stuff on the secondary market also. Things that are already out there.
So it's part of their due diligence.
Absolutely, yep. So there's 2 votes for tonight.
Discussion. Ready for a motion?
Yeah, well, I do want to say, I did find, you might have forgotten, you wrote your goals for the year to us last week, and that's where you included the implementation of the open finance site checkbook system, so I didn't make it up to the first quarter of FY '20 after the payroll conversion. With that, you want a motion? Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to adopt the continuing disclosure procedures as prescribed by bond counsel, a copy of which is attached hereto and made part hereof, relative to the sale of a $3,489,000 bond anticipation note of the town. Is that the end of it, or is there more of it?
That's the first, yeah.
So moved in second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'm sorry.
Are you in favor?
Yes.
Oh, we gotta go back and do the first one first? No, no, that's a long one. No, I'll do it. So you're in pain.
Cases writing.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to adopt the form of the vote prescribed by bond counsel, a copy of which is attached hereto and made part hereof, relative to the sale of $3,489,000 bond anticipation note of the town for $1,495,000. A library building design project authorized May 6, 2019, special town meeting Article 5, and two $1,994,000. New well field and water treatment plant at Whitcomb Avenue, authorized May 7, 2018, at annual town meeting Article 19, dated June 28, 2019, and payable May 22nd, 2020, to TD Securities at 100.816% and a net interest cost of 1.631111%.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Take care of that. Moving on,
Steve, would you like me to take these documents? Are we going to pass them off to Diane tonight, or are you taking them? I understand they have to be in first thing to our town clerk.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you guys have it under control.
The last thing in the agenda, I guess I'll be back for, so.
Okay.
stick
We maybe can take it out of order at some point.
He
with
never
the
lets
chairman's-
those out of his sight generally. He stays in the room with them.
It's got a low jack on those things.
Any desire of the board to take that item up at this stage, considering?
Good idea. Like that way of thinking. Which one?
It would be item 11F, general ledger correction for Veterans Memorial Project.
No problem taking that out of order. Keep well, Steve's here.
That's fine.
we didn't even follow what we were doing, looking at
The last item on the agenda is what poor Steve would have to wait around for, so Nina suggested moving it.
I don't know.
What's in it for me?
I'm fine, more than fine with that.
Okay, so just to say it, this doesn't work as easily as I would have thought, okay. Just to say it as quickly and succinctly as I can come up with, and if the board has any questions, then we can certainly dive in with Steve. There was a transaction based on 3 invoices that were put through on a authorization that we need to modify because it's not the appropriate authorization at this stage. And, sorry, everyone's getting a preview of everything that's coming up tonight. And ultimately, we're asking that the board vote to correct the invoices to be charged to a separate account, which would be under the Selectmen's expense account. Because there wasn't this wasn't budgeted, it's likely that this will come before the board at the July 15th meeting for a reserve fund transfer. And, happy to discuss or explain further. We do expect further costs, and this all relates to the Veterans Memorial Project, and Cindy, chime in if you have any additional comments. Because this all relates to the Veterans Memorial Project, and because of the work of the Veterans Memorial, the group that's working on it with Cindy and perhaps others, we also expect some additional costs in fiscal '20 that will need to be addressed at a future time, but that's not before us tonight. What we're looking to address tonight is fiscal '19 costs in the amount of $3,423, and we're asking the board to support basically what's called a general ledger correction. It's an accounting entry where you move that amount from one account to another. By moving it to the account we're proposing it under the Selectmen's budget, we would be creating a deficit. We need to fill that deficit void on July 15th.
One other thing. The actual transfer, the $3,423, it wasn't involving the Veterans Memorial Project. It's for the 300th celebration itself. Those expenses have to be reclassified out of that account, because that account really has to be closed out.
The Legacy Committee, right?
Legacy
Right.
Committee, yes. So there was really, because the account should have been closed, those bills that were incurred this year can't be paid out of those funds. Those funds have to go to free cash. So we have to reclassify those $3,423 to somewhere. And we're proposing to do it to the selectmen's budget, which would then put it into deficit. Where the Veterans Memorial Project comes into play is they had promised, the Veterans Committee, the Legacy Committee had promised the Veterans Memorial a pledge of the balance of those funds. And because those funds really should be closed to the general fund, they can't go to the veterans directly to them.
Right.
So I don't know how your finances are for that project, and if there would be some expenses that the town would have to cover.
Right.
In which case, those funds would probably have to come up again out of the selectmen's budget, because
Right.
the legacy funds would be gone.
Right. So I will say that we did budget that project based on taking into consideration the pledge from the Legacy Committee, and it was, I think it was close, it was over $9,000. So that would, not having that money would have an impact on the overall project. Fundraising efforts have been going very well. For the Veterans Corner, I know the Friends of the Littleton Veterans are still, they're finalizing the banner sales this week. And so we will be getting a check from the Friends of the Littleton Veterans. They've been fundraising specifically for the Veterans Corner project. I have no idea how much that money is going to be. It was our hope going into this project that we would have money not only to cover the cost of the project, but to also have money set aside to maintain the Veterans Corner once it is rehabilitated and renovated. So I am anticipating we are going to need some money, even with the additional fundraising efforts of the Friends. I just don't know how much it's going to be yet.
So I think what I'd be looking for the selectmen, number one, to do is authorize this transfer of $3,423 into their budget for this fiscal year. And then authorize the Veterans Memorial Committee to pay bills out of the selectmen's budget in FY20. It's not budgeted there. It would probably throw the account into deficit for the year, in which we'd have to cover it or come up with the transfer at fall town meeting to cover it.
Okay.
We would need to pay the bills from somewhere. So just,
Right.
so the selectmen are all on the same page.
Right.
Probably look for something that authorizes those
Right,
payments.
so to put it this way, Steve, the cost of the project is covered, but without that $9,000, there's a $9,000 deficit. I mean, it's pretty much down to a couple, I think it's like $1,200 that we have over and above what we had originally budgeted for. So there is gonna be some sort of shortfall,
Shortfall.
yeah.
So as long as the selectmen are fine with that in FY20.
Well, we don't want to lose people whose last names start with W, Y, or Z just because we didn't have $9,000 for the year. So I think we
Not a very good joke.
find the money, move the money.
Okay.
Well, in
Thanks.
either case, it doesn't change what we need to do here.
Right.
So the way the way Steve has presented this, I would, if the board wished to act on both items, we could act on both items tonight. The way I've presented this, and there's no right or wrong here, is to just act on the fiscal 19. If you'd like me to modify the motion in a way that it encapsulates the other portion that Steve was referencing, the fiscal 20 aspect, I'd be glad to do that as well. And so the draft motion could be moved that the Board of Selectmen vote to request a general ledger correction for $3,423 in fiscal 19 paid out of the 300th celebration account to be moved to the Selectmen's expense account, and up to $10,000 be expended out of the Selectmen's expense account in fiscal 20 for the Veterans Memorial Project.
I guess I'd rather know what that number is
I
before
have
we
it
do
here, I
that.
just rounded because I wouldn't be able to find it quickly. I don't know if Cindy or Steve know that number off the top of their head.
Yeah,
There's something in 9,400.
yeah, it's an odd, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess what I
Some
was
change.
talking about is that we may not need all of that. My concern is that we authorize up to $10,000 and now that all gets expended when
when it's all said and done.
Right, because no one remembers this, and we look back and go, oh, hey, we've got an extra couple $1,000s sitting in that account. Sure, let's go ahead and spend that, so.
I think it would follow a warrant process, though, wouldn't it, where those funds would have to come out of us, essentially.
Yes, that would be shown in the warrant.
There'd be a check and balance there.
The amount is $9,708.81. So we could modify the motion that I read in that, yeah, to that number.
But that's that amount. I guess what I heard, maybe I misunderstood, is that you didn't anticipate necessarily needing all of that?
No, well, the way it's budgeted right now, we do need all of that. But like I said, we still are doing fundraising through the Friends of Old Veterans. And we don't know what that amount is yet. And there are additional costs for lighting and things with the project that we haven't budgeted for yet. Just minor things, so.
And there are two options. You could vote this and then come back when perhaps there's more information, or vote
Yeah,
both of them
whatever.
at this time.
It doesn't.
Let's go ahead.
It's all gonna come through us anyways, right?
Ultimately with the warrant
It'll come
process,
through the
yes,
warrant
yep.
process.
Yeah, it all come through this, so.
So
So
just
if,
this,
so if you are comfortable with doing both, you could just say so moved and someone could second and you could vote it, since I read the motion.
so moved. Just do the whole thing.
Okay,
Just get it done.
okay, thank you. So, second?
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
I forgot to say aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
We need to go back to the beginning to read mail, because I forgot all about that.
Aha, okay. If there was a fast way, maybe there is, and I just don't know it. I will learn this technology. We are here.
We had some things from the Showbit Tech.
Yes, Neshoba was providing notice, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Neshoba was providing, the Neshoba Vocational Regional School District, if I've got the name correct, I apologize, was providing us notice that all 8 member towns, if I recall correctly, had voted the accelerated repair project, and by their code and their council's advice and Mass General laws, they were providing notice to the town that the school committee has ratified it and they're moving forward, and that the project is going to get off the ground. I don't think they provided a tremendous amount of scheduling information, but I do recall reference to it. Of course, I imagine that they're trying to complete the work probably before school, but I'm drawing a blank on the facts on that.
And that was it for mail, right?
There was a second letter that came in, and it was by the Department of Environmental Protection for the intake pipe at Nagog Pond in Acton as well. We have forwarded that correspondence off to the Light and Water District.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up to public input. If you called on, please stand and give your name and address. What I do want to point out at this point, I know some people are here to talk about the marijuana subject, which we are going to bring up in a different, we're going to have a presentation made. We're going to be talking about when we might put an end to the application date, and then open it up for discussion on the petition. If you have other information besides interest in the petition you want to speak now, that's fine, or any other subject. But if anyone has anything they want to bring up, please raise your hand and I'll take it. Anyone for public input? Okay.
One hand.
Just one person.
Mike Andriolo. I am a property owner at 164 Air Road. And so just to be clear, we'll have an opportunity to comment on the marijuana proposal after it's presented?
There's one being made tonight, you'll definitely have a chance to speak on that one tonight.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll go into a discussion about a possible date to stop taking applications. You can talk about that subject, and the final one has to do with the petition that went around. They had 246 signatures on it, that basically was talking about bringing it back to town meeting to vote yes or no. So that'll be coming up after we make appointments to different boards.
Okay, thank you. And the petition that's being presented tonight, there's 2 vacant storefronts at that address, I believe. I know there was one made earlier that I was not here for Littleton Apothecary. Is this in addition to that, potentially for 2 locations?
Is the possibility there? Yes, it is.
You can't do
The
that.
Cannabis Control Commission wouldn't allow 2 dispensaries that close to each other.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was wrong. I thought they both, only one could be there then.
Okay. And then the time frame is, will this go before the planning board?
Oh.
And there'll be,
Didn't all that then, right?
Yeah, we'll get into it then, but basically, all those topics have to go to the state, the Cannabis Commission and so forth, has to go before the planning board for complete review, for parking and everything else, so
okay.
that comes up in the future too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else on the public input? Okay.
That was another gentleman.
Sorry, Joel McCarthy Latimer from 34 Robinson Road. My question is similar. I just want to make sure when the marijuana conversation happens later, is location part of that conversation in terms of if we have concerns about a particular location?
If you want to talk about that now, that's fine too, because my original hope was to keep the conversation at sea about the petition, and that doesn't actually mention location. So if you want to mention something about the location now, that's fine with me.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, I think, I know you came out to talk to some of us before, but in looking at this map over here, it's actually quite clear on the map in terms of some of the concerns that I know I and some of our neighbors have on Robinson Road, in terms of the possible location on King Street and the proximity to our houses on Robinson Road, many of which have a lot of children in them, including this one. Which, with some of those houses, the proximity is 0 feet. It literally is our border from our backyards. And so, and some of the information that I read in terms of proximity to location with children, I wasn't sure if that is being discussed in terms of those concerns with that location specifically.
Let's see, you want to?
Certainly. So for the Board of Selectmen's part of this process, our role is really essentially the administrative function. We need to make sure that the applicant is properly organized, that they've submitted all the documentation that we've requested in the RFI, that their security, they have a security plan, they have a financial plan.
Right.
That respect to it. If we do decide as a board that we feel all those parameters are in line, then we will ask the applicant to enter into a host community agreement with us. Once that has been successfully completed, the applicant then will go to the planning board. And the planning board is the governing board in the town that will look at parking, that will look at location, that will look at traffic mitigation, because they're applying for a special permit through the planning board. Only when an applicant has a successful host community agreement with the Board of Selectmen and has received a special permit through the planning board can they then apply to the Cannabis Control Commission for a license. So it's really a three-stage process, and we're the first hurdle, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, members update, Chase?
Just one quick note, last meeting we had talked about the Brown land and this upcoming CONSCOM meeting. I was gonna go in and chat with them because we had agreed that we wanted someone from CONSCOM to participate with Paul and I in vetting this. Their next meeting is after the 4th. Since the information that we do have over to the chair and to Amy Green to circulate among CONSCOM. And I expect at the end of that, conclusion of that meeting, we'll have someone from CONSCOM to work with to help Paul and I vet the Brown land. But I think that's the only unagenda updates for the board here. No other all the material for me.
Cindy?
I just wanted to, I mentioned earlier, the Friends of Littleton Veterans are selling banners that you've seen lining King Street and Great Road. They are wrapping up, finalizing the sales of those banners will only be available through the end of the week. So if you'd like to place your order, now is the time to do so. This is a one-time event for the town of Littleton. We will not be repeating this. It is our intention to keep the banners up for a year. We're praying that they make it through the winter. And because we've gotten such great positive feedback from the community, they really enjoy seeing the banners up. So if you would like to order a banner, they're $300. The proceeds benefit the Veterans Corner, and you can email friendsofveterans01460@gmail.com. And Carrie Romley Rouleau and Maureen Woods will be able to assist you with that process. That's it.
Paul?
Nope.
And me, no either, so we'll move right on to,
Just on behalf of the board, Alicia Day is graduating this evening from her Suffolk University certificate program, and I'm sure the board would want to, tell the community that we're delighted and pleased that she's done this certificate program. We know that it's a tremendous effort on her part, and we thank her for her contributions to not only her growth and as well as her department's growth towards the community's benefit.
And Anthony is there
That's right.
representing our
Thank
interests.
you.
Oh, that's
Yes,
fine.
that's right.
what it is.
Yep,
That's great.
thank you.
thank you.
On to appointments, and try to keep this in order. The way I see it, Conservation Commission is up first. I think there's 2 positions opening with the 3 applicants.
Yes, that is correct.
And did,
The Conservation Commission did review this, and they made a recommendation. I understand in the packet, they felt that all 3 candidates were well qualified, but that the individual who was not an incumbent had specific skills that were tremendously beneficial to the Conservation Commission. I'm not sure, it looks like Mr. Gill is in the audience potentially, and Mr. Maxfield is also in the audience. Thank you, Mr. Gill. Thank you.
so we should open it to all 3 candidates? Is that-
Yeah.
Mr. Gill,
Yes, sir.
would you like to come up and introduce yourself and tell us why you'd be interested in this appointment?
Yes, good evening. My name is John Gill. I live at 215 Harwood Avenue, have for 3 years now. I'm mainly interested in this position because I have a deep interest in conservation. I'd like to do something for the good of Littleton community in the time that I live here. I do have background in this area. I'm a civil engineer by education and a systems engineer by experience in a 40-year career. So large work projects, working with large groups of individuals, complex issues is rather routine for me. So put all of this together, I'm in the give back phase of my career, and I just thought it would be a very nice thing to do with the town to work on the Conservation Committee.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I'm particularly interested in some of the things you said, certainly applicable to the Conservation Commission. We often, in a competitive field, will make this statement generically, but I think perforce your resume and the projects we've got going in town, I'd really like to hear a little bit more about your work background, because whether or not this particular appointment works out, there's a couple other places in town we may well want you, so if you wouldn't mind speaking to it.
So we're gonna take your offer to help at face value.
Free help is a good thing.
Yes.
So I am very willing to help in that sense. As a civil engineer, I have a 20-year military career, retired lieutenant colonel with the Air Force. And so my military career is basically building airfields and large construction projects. And then I became a shock physicist in one regard, because I've done work in explosive loading. So soils and foundations is my primary interest. I've done some work in environmental remediation by virtue of the experimental work that I did on behalf of the Air Force. And so that is where my interest mainly lies. As a geotechnical engineer, work on dams and levees and water flow activities. So really I can tell you that I've had a broad set of experiences that I think lend themselves nicely to the work activities going on here in town, and that was part of my motivation.
Terrific, thank you.
Other members?
I wanted to know, you talked about, conservation and land is really important to you. Tell me a little bit about sort of your experience with our conservation lands. Where do you spend a lot of time in terms of, in our conservation lands? And where do you think you would like to see us go as a town in terms of managing our conservation lands?
My experience in conservation mainly focuses on the property that I've purchased and have lived for 3 years. It has been extensively modified throughout the years before I lived there, and so my interest is in helping restore that in some sense to its natural state. We have become a 601B property, a farm, in the interest of helping preserve this aspect of our land, and I have just a unique interest in wanting to do that for other areas within town. I couple that with my ability to do things like city planning or road work or looking at large infrastructure projects, because I think we have to couple them together to help Littleton grow in a manner that's consistent with where Littleton wants to be and the demands being placed upon us by the outside world. And so that's where I'd like to help moderate, if you will, the forces that might want to take Littleton in a direction that we don't want it to go. And I say we don't want it to go, with the belief that we'd like to preserve our land, our heritage here in Littleton, and remain the very, very pleasant place that it is, which was my reason for moving here.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's it for now. Thank you.
My pleasure.
You haven't had a chance to go to Conservation Commission meetings, met with them, or have you?
No, sir. Only
Okay.
in the sense that I've come to town to do a significant amount of construction on my property. I've gotten to know the board members that way.
Okay.
Always been pleased with my interactions. We have a barn, 2 barns on the property at this point. We keep 5 horses. And so we got to know the environmental.
Some of our best board members start out as customers.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm on the right path.
Right.
So, but just through interaction, not through direct engagement, I look forward to the opportunity to get more engaged.
Great.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Kyle Maxfield? Hi, Kyle.
Good evening. That's good.
Just introduce yourself and.
Sure. My name is Kyle Maxfield. I live at 181 Mill Road. I don't want to sound redundant, but we are pretty similar other than his vast experience. I'm a civil environmental engineer by trade, about 13 years of experience. My main focus has been dams and water resources. So that was the first 10, 11 years of my career. The last couple of years I've made a shift more towards environmental remediation. Same with John. My school focus was foundations, soils, for my bachelor's and master's degree as well. So it kind of ties in with the dams, levees, that type of earthwork. We've been in town for about 5 years now. Have some conservation land close by and starting to see all the development pop up around, and just kind of felt that it was a good time to step up and be a part of it, make sure I know what's going on in our neighborhoods. And yeah, contribute, I guess.
Questions?
Well, he anticipated there have been questions by speaking to his background, as Mr. Gill did. How about your interaction with the local conservation commission? Have you seen them in action, operation, et cetera?
I personally, we sat with them last week. I've watched a few of their meetings here and there, just with some of the ongoing developments that are going on. We've had, like I said, a few in the neighborhood that have started up, so I have tuned in, but I've had no personal interaction with the board themselves.
Just want to make sure you have an understanding which applies to everybody of the committee you're interested in.
Oh, sure.
What their
Yeah,
workload is, what their meeting activities
Yeah,
like.
through my career in general, we're always working with conservation commissions, working with dams and water resources. We're always abutting some sort of wetland. So yeah, we're very friendly with all the local conservation commissions.
If you don't mind me asking, I don't want to bore too deep into this, but in terms of your work with other conservation commissions, has that been for public entities or private entities? And I ask that because they tend to get handled a little bit differently in front of ConsCom.
Sure. I would say for the most part on the private side,
Okay.
especially with the dams, it's usually lake associations, somebody like that owns the dam,
Okay.
or the state. I work with the state a lot, so we're usually on their behalf. I guess very rarely is it public.
Okay, not public support. So, describe for me a little bit some of, maybe let's get specific. Talk to me about a specific conscom, or a specific project, to the extent that you can, that you've brought to and through a conservation commission.
Sure. It was a dam rehabilitation here in Massachusetts. They were having structural issues with their dam. They had some seepage running through it, and we were brought on to help identify it. And so we were able to identify the flow path where the water was coming from, and they had standing water at the toe of their dam. And it had been there for years, to the point that it turned into a wetland environment. So we had to work, the Wetland Conservation Commission said, hey, it's wetlands, you can't touch wetlands. And we had to stick up for our client and say, well, we need to fix a seepage issue. We're talking potential dam failure. So we went back and forth for quite a long time with the Conservation Commission, understanding that the wetlands were important, but also the structural stability of the dam was also important. You wouldn't have the wetlands if the dam wasn't there. So we were able to work with them. We actually came up with an idea we relocated the wetlands not too far off site, actually it was right across the street, next to the tailwater of the dam. So that's the most recent applicable one, I think.
And were you involved in reconstructing the new wetland?
I personally was not. They went more towards our, I have water resource background, but we have a specific group, ecologists and wetland scientists, yeah, that created all that. I was on site while it was being constructed, but not, I did not design it, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And I don't know if,
Mr. Samaco.
yeah, I don't know.
Do you want me to come up?
Sure.
Ah, there you are.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Andy.
Can you put a tie on just for us?
No, I have to wear a tie every day now. So I know pretty much everybody here, but for the people at home, my name is Andrew Samarco. I've served on the Conservation Commission for the last 6 years as a full member. Prior to that, I served almost 2 years as I can't even say it, an associate member. My experience in open space recreation, conservation, I'm an active land steward for the town. I have a great deal of open space planning, serving as chair of the Open Space and Recreation Plan Implementation Committee. I'm out there every day working on the lands for the people. In terms of permitting, I have a great deal of experience reviewing notices of intent, requests for determinations of applicability, you name it. Great deal of experience.
Certainly thank you for all the time you served already.
Oh, thank you.
And volunteering again, I see you on 2 or 3 times in this packet here too, so. Start down here, Chase, any questions?
I don't have any questions for you. I think it's a pretty slam dunk case for you.
Right.
Cindy?
No questions, Andrew.
Oh, thank you.
Wonder where you get your energy in.
Thank you.
No problem.
So board, what are your thoughts? There's 2 openings and 3 applicants.
I don't, never a big fan of asking for these recommendations, but since we do have them from the Conservation Commission, and one of them is, not surprisingly, for their own Andrew, but for the vacancy, anyone want to speak on behalf of the Conservation Commission that's here that can speak to it? I mean, they did recommend Mr. Maxfield, but I was probably equally impressed with the 2 applicants. Certainly, as I stated earlier, I'd love to find a home for both of them. One of our many committees, master plan committees, sewer effort, you name it. That we, but is anyone from conservation here other than Andrew? You're kind of tainted in this process. That's it.
If I can answer
sure.
your question on behalf of some of the
If you've
folks at
talked to someone,
Conscom
sure.
that I've bugged, I think my understanding is that Mr. Maxfield's more recent expertise specifically to wetlands was the deciding factor in their determination. That's ultimately they were very happy to have two engineers. They very much need that.
Right.
But the more recent wetlands type expertise was what differentiated it.
There's no comments, and is there a motion to be made?
Certainly move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Andrew Samarco to a term on the Conservation Commission. For a term, do we have the expiration?
Ending June 30th, 2022.
June 30th, 2022.
Second that?
Motion been made and second for Andrew Samarco. All those in favor?
Aye.
Now for the next one.
So are we, I guess my sense is, as long as Mr. Gill, we can talk you into continuing to work with us in various aspects, and
Yep.
particularly on the conservation.
Boy, and the fellow sitting right next to you is the chairman of the master plan implementation. He'll find something for you to do. Good job, Mike.
I mean,
You got him signed up.
I will say that these are hard but very good problems to have.
Right, yeah.
And I don't relish the idea that we have two qualified people and only one seat.
Right.
If I can help things, I'm very much a generalist, very, very broad. Kyle seems very specific. He's got he's the right choice.
Terrific.
And a nice guy to boot, so. So I would move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Kyle Maxfield to a term on the Conservation Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Swearing in.
Oh, yeah, you gotta see the clerk at some point. She's right there, if not now.
Hi, Dan.
Moving on to the Council on Aging, we have 3 vacancies. We have 4 people who have applied. We have 1 position for a term ending in 2020 and 2 positions expiring in 2022. The applicants. Let's start with Maddie Hunt. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm sorry, I haven't been to many meetings lately. Since they changed location, I can't drop in as much.
My name is Mary Hunt, better known as Patty to most of you who know me. I live at 74 Ritzel Road in Littleton. This is my second application for my second term, but I finished a term previously for Mary Kay. So I've been on the board for 6 years. Being on the board, I'm also the liaison to the Littleton Housing Authority and attend their monthly meetings. I am also the chair of the COA Housing Subcommittee for senior housing and attend planning board meetings for senior housing in town, which we know is a big problem. But we keep plugging along and keep advocating for the seniors. I'm also on the COA Space Committee that we have, even though we have the separate town one now, so I keep abreast of that. I'm also on the TREAD Committee, which I'm sure you all know what that is. Once a year, attending those meetings. My background is in public service. I worked for 38 years for Mass Health, Medicaid. Wonderful agency. I was the manager of an office of 100 people where I had social workers and supervisors processing applications for elderly and disabled individuals. I did many seminars and workshops for the public, giving them rules and regulations. So I have a lot of knowledge that I have brought to the board on regulations for Medicare, and Social Security, all those good things. I think I reapplied because even though I'm a senior citizen, I still have a lot to offer to the board. And I'd like the opportunity of another 3 years to do that.
Thank you. What questions from the board?
No questions,
Really
just
none.
delighted that Patty's still game for it.
I'm game for it because we have a project
Yes.
of a senior center. It probably won't happen in my lifetime, but I would like to see it get started and be part of that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm done. Marilyn Fedley, we don't want to cut Marilyn?
Since when don't you pronounce it right?
Fidelity.
I'm Marilyn Fidel. I was a former worldwide marketing manager for digital. But I volunteer in the thrift shop, clean up, do whatever's necessary, straighten out, do that. I'm in the superintendent's office one day a week. I also volunteer to do box lunch at Indian Hill, where we bring in the senior citizens and we give them tea, coffee, and they love it. I have a lot of energy, and I would love to see some of that energy go into the board. I do not belong to the knitting group. However, I do my own knitting for them at home, and when they give me their bags to take to the hospital, I add mine to the bags of both chemo hats and hats for the nursery.
Questions?
I don't have any.
Still doing minutes for any boards?
Yeah, I'm still doing Finance Committee and Permanent Municipal Building Committee. Oh, I love doing them.
And traveling a lot too?
I'm going away tomorrow but I haven't been anywhere for over 6 months, Paul.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Where is it this time?
We're Scandinavia, but we're visiting friends in Uppsala and in Malmo.
Finland, right?
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Anita Harding? Anita, how are you?
Good, and you?
Just fine.
Okay. You all know me. I'm Nita Harding from 19 Russell Street. I retired in 2014 and needed to have something to do, so I walked down to the COA, and I have volunteered there since then in different capacities. For the last 3 years, I've worked on the Catholic Heart Work Camp. This year they gave it to me and Kathy Coughlin solely to run the program, which starts in 2 weeks, which is a wonderful program. I run the crafting class for the seniors. We do that 8 months out of the year. I work with the Friends of the COA doing their luncheons and wherever else I'm needed. I worked for the SMOC program for oil assistance. When I was working for Park and Rec, for the assessor's office, seniors would come down to fill out their applications for elderly exemptions. So I went way back. Even then I was helping the seniors. And I think it's important that when you retire, you shouldn't just sit around, but I also think that living in Littleton for 52 years, you need to give something back. Because Littleton's been very good to me. So I'm here to serve, and now that there's money available for a senior center or whatever, I would like to be a part of working on that as well, to see what we can accomplish.
Thank you. Thank you for being part of the Personnel Committee when I sit right next to you.
That's right. On the Personnel Board as the chairman at the moment. And I was on the task board with Chase looking for new town administrator.
Questions?
No questions. Just happy to see you're just as eager to be involved as you always have been, Anita.
No questions? No, thank you.
Okay.
Susan Lander?
She's going to be in Paris. She's not available. She did write to us that she'd be glad to answer any questions, and I think Margie would be happy to answer any questions as well.
You want me to come up?
Did I get it right this time, Marge? It's Marge, not Margie.
right. No.
Sorry,
Oh, it's okay. Either way.
I'm working on it.
Oops, almost tripped.
Thanks for being here. Once again, I'm sorry I haven't been to your meetings in so long.
Well, we miss you,
Yeah.
but that's okay. We forgive you. So, I'm Marge Payne, 25 Grist Mill Road, current chair of the COA board. And we have that terrible problem that the Conservation Commission had. It's just an awful problem to have, really. It's a grateful problem, but it's hard, very hard to, you want everyone to help you. So, we've been very fortunate. Susan Melander came to me, all of the applicants, of course Patty was there because she is the current vice chair of the COA board anyway. On June 10th, at our meeting, June 10th, the other 3 applicants came to our meeting and stayed at our board meeting, and we talked to them then. And I think I did forward you the recommendations that came from the COA board. However, I need to just stress it was so difficult and so uncomfortable and, hard to choose. Each one of the candidates has a lot to offer. There's no question, I think, in any of the board's minds, but. And Susan really, she came up to me after the meeting on the 10th, because I did tell them they needed to plan to be here tonight. And so she came up and said right away, I can't be there. Is that going to be a problem? Because we have a family trip. She's with her grandchildren and her family in Paris tonight. So, and I said, no, that's not a problem. I would explain why she was not here. But she did come in and talk to the board and express her reasons for wanting to join us.
In terms of her background, she's a longtime teacher. I think she taught in Acton, and she was on the Littleton
She did,
School
and
Committee.
she's very active in the Perkins School for the Blind,
Right.
on the advisory board there, and, yeah. So,
Thank you.
okay.
Thanks, Marge.
How's the board want to handle this? We have 2
I
full.
would like to duck and get out and making a decision here.
2 full-time ending in 2022 and 1 ending in 2020.
Right.
Obviously, in my opinion, Mary Hunt should be put back on. She's already devoted a lot of time and is very active in the community.
Right.
You want to vote these one at a time, or?
We could do that.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree about Mary Hunt.
So I look for a motion for,
I would move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Mary Hunt to the Council on Aging for a term expiring June 30th, 2022.
Second.
it's moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Now another 2022. Once again, we come to the same problem. We have 3 people.
Right.
All qualified, all energetic, all.
I know them all, like them all, and traditionally have not solicited recommendations, but once again, since somebody gives us that out, I'll assume these folks know their business a little bit better than we do.
Right.
And I would, not seeing any strong reason to go otherwise, I'd defer to their recommendations, which I think is for Susan and Anita, and I don't know which, it doesn't make any difference which one to go first.
Right.
Okay, one for 2.
If we are going to go with recommendations, I guess I would say if you look at their vote tallies, Susan earned more votes than Anita, so I would say that's the tiebreaker to me. We'd give Susan the 2022 and Anita the 2020.
Probably should do separate motions, though.
Yep.
Does that sound reasonable?
It does, yeah.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Anita Harding to the Council on Aging for a term that expires on June 30th, 2020.
Second.
Moved in second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Now the one for 2020.
I move to appoint Susan Melander to a term on the Council on Aging for a term that expires on June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Moved in second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Reserve the right not to follow recommendations when I so choose.
Okay.
Now,
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, could I suggest that potentially for the Cultural Council, since we have 4 applicants and more than 4 seats, that we could possibly just consider appointing the 4 of them and
In fact, we've indicated that they don't need to attend for that reason, but I don't know if any are in the audience today.
If anyone here, I would at least like to give them the opportunity to get up, say their name and introduce themselves, but keep it brief.
Sure, anyone? Do we have Jean Bracken, Mary Ann Grenier, Heidi Montanari, Maura Newman, or Bernard Zubrowski here? I guess not. So I would just, oh, we do.
Hi, Bernie Sprowski. Currently, I've been doing kinetic sculpture full-time for the last 5 years, and much longer beyond that. For 23 years, I was at the Boston Children's Museum, and I wore several hats there. I designed the exhibits, Bubbles on Raceways is still there after 25 years. I had a hand in that. Did a bunch of children's science books, and I was involved for a long time in outreach to low-income communities, particularly involving after-school programs. And then after that, I worked at the Education Development Center, which is a research and development organization, and I was involved with several projects designing after-school curriculum, mainly in science. That was funded by the National Science Foundation. So with that kind of background, I thought it was a good fit for being involved with the Cultural Council.
Thank you.
Sounds like it to me.
We thank you for volunteering.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions?
I don't.
No.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So we just need one motion for all of them.
Okay. I move that the
They
board.
all end in the same term, do they? They do, okay.
Yep, I move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Jean Bracken, Heidi Montanari, Gu Newman, and Bernard Zabrowski to the Cultural Council for terms that expire on June 30th, 2022.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
We still have vacancy in that.
Still one vacancy.
Okay. Disability Commission with one applicant. Our Town Clerk Diane Crowe, would you like to speak?
But I'm not doing it. I don't want me to, because of the time frame, you know. It's just-
I thank you for asking that.
Yeah.
We just need a motion then.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Diane Curry to the, to the elected official position on the Disability Commission with a term expiring on June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made, seconded by Mr. Glavy this time. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Don't forget to stop in the clerk's office, get yourself sworn in.
You've been waiting all night for that.
Do you raise your hand to yourself?
No, I now have an assistant town clerk, remember?
Just do it in the mirror.
Okay, Open Space Recreation Plan Implementation Committee. You have a vacancy and one applicant. Okay, Hills, Matthew here.
Oh, okay, open space. We will do Littleton Affordable Housing next.
Well, you skipped a couple. You're mixing this up, Joe.
I don't think anyone's here from the housing.
We did tell them the same thing,
Yeah.
since there was no,
Bartlett and
right.
Angus, so
So
we can just do a
I'm just gonna
motion.
go on with that then, and move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Bart Harvey and Angus Michaels to the Littleton Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board of Trustees for a term that expires on June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I missed that one because I didn't have it.
We're back to open space and recreation. implementation.
Okay.
And I think you're going to invite Mr. Matthew Cahill.
Matthew, come on up. Give us your background on why you applied and
Great, thanks for having me. Matthew Cahill, 23 Elmwood Road, forester by trade, work with the Department of Conservation and Recreation. The associate member on the Conservation Committee, non-voting, so I've been in that position for the last year. So having good exposure now to the town and to the workings of our community and looking to help where we can, since that's more of a sort of regulatory sort of role, but trying to get out in front of stuff and help clearly with the open space and recreation for our community. I'm also with the Littleton Youth baseball and softball, coach the rookie league team this year, so several different volunteer portions in the community as well. So this seemed like a good fit. See, we have the open space and recreation plan, lots to do. So just want to help move that process along with the implementation committee. So in a nutshell.
thanks, Matthew.
Great.
Questions?
That's great.
Terrific.
Just a thank you.
Yep.
I move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Mr. Matthew Cahill to the Open Space and Recreation Implementation Committee for an indefinite term.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
When you have next shade tree?
Yeah,
My interest in shade tree.
yeah.
Never had this before. Shade Tree Committee, we have 3 vacancies and 4 applicants. So, Jeanette Kingsley, are you here? If you want to come up. How are you?
Good.
Just give us a little bit of background on why you chose to put this application on.
Well, I've lived in town 32 years. I love the town. I'm a gardener. I've been in the Littleton Country Gardeners for 10 years. I want to beautify the town, but I also am a nurse, and I know that the health of everybody here, the air, is affected by trees. And I'm interested in making the town both more healthy and more beautiful.
Thank you. Questions from the board at all?
She speaks for the trees.
Yep.
Thank you. Let's see, is Katie Cruz here?
Katie has been on the committee, right, in the past or not?
I'm understanding.
No.
No, she was on another common area committee.
Right,
that's what
she
it was.
really wanted to see this committee revived though.
Right.
Yeah.
right.
And then the next 2 happen to be Andrews.
I might point out, I did withdraw my application from this on Friday. I don't know if Diane forwarded it to you.
Okay.
I was going to retire from the AgCom and thought, oh, I'll help out with this, but I decided to apply for the AgCom, so.
All right.
Cleaned up a mess for us, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And Matthew Cahill, again, you
Just real quick, just speak to this point. This is actually my passion, my professional life. I'm in urban and community forestry for Department of Conservation and Recreation. So I manage Commonwealth's tree planting initiatives, the Green and Gateway Cities program. So I've planted, just within the past couple of years, 20,000 trees across the Commonwealth. So I feel fairly qualified to work on your shade tree committee.
Great.
thank you.
It's
I
excellent,
have a
thanks.
point of order question in that the Shade Tree Committee, one of whom is the tree warden, who makes that decision? Does the Shade Tree Committee
As to who is the tree warden?
decide who the tree warden
No,
is?
that's
Or is that?
our selection, I believe. Or
I
is
imagine
that a
it's
town
the-
meeting vote? Where's Diane? She's still here.
I imagine it's either the board's appointment or the highway superintendent's or DPW director's appointment.
Some
Right
of
now,
those-
Steve Whitten is the tree warden, but just a point of
I'm just wondering
curiosity.
if it's one of those little odd positions that are appointed by town meeting.
Oh.
Like the,
I think it's to the highway department. Is
well,
there-
that's what it historically has been.
Right, a member of the highway department gets appointed as the tree warden, as I recall. Does that make sense?
Well, it was always Jim Clyde, so it
Right.
didn't really,
Yeah, so.
whether that was
Interesting
official or
question.
unofficial, I don't know. Whether we have a
I'll
bylaw.
find out and follow up with you.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Then I would, thank you, Andrew, for making this easy. Then I would move to appoint Matthew Cahill, Katie Caruth, and Jeanette Kingsley to the Shade Tree Committee, all with indefinite terms.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? So carries. Want to read on them? Ask Nina a question.
So we do have the Mart Advisory Board opening, and our Assistant Town Administrator, who's representing our Parks and Recreation Director tonight, has volunteered, if that the board should desire. Otherwise, certainly, the board could elect a member of its own, or some other option that hasn't, certainly, there are departments that work closely with this type of advisory board in specific, so a couple different options.
I have no problem with Anthony, I'm just curious, I can't remember who was our most recent, was it Keith?
Well, it seems that it was Keith until Keith had retired, and then it perhaps became Anthony,
Right.
and so perhaps Anthony would be continuing in this regard. I didn't research it in depth, but that's my understanding.
I don't have a problem with it.
No, I think it makes good sense,
Yeah.
given that Anthony had some overlap with Keith and is very much a passion of Keith's, so that.
At least for the present time, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they meet near you, you know.
Sorry?
They meet near you.
They do, that's right, Fitchburg, right,
Right.
isn't it? So at the, yeah,
Then I would move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint our Assistant Town Administrator, Anthony Ansaldi, to the Mart Advisory Board for a term expiring
2020.
in June 30th, 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Last one is from the police department, is that correct, for constable?
yes,
Just-
and
Well, the taxation aid committee, did I miss something?
we
about
didn't have any
We don't
applicants,
have any
unfortunately,
applicants,
so if
okay.
anyone's interested, please contact our office for taxation aid, and we'll have, I'm sure, other openings that haven't been filled.
The Taxation Aid Committee,
Thank you, good
not
point.
Taxation Aid. Those
Thank
are
you.
different
Good
things.
clarification. We do have a recommendation from the police chief, who I indicated would not need to be here this evening, and he is recommending Mr. Greg Balzotti. I believe Mr. Balzotti is here this evening. Ah, very good. I don't know if you'd like to.
Sure, you can.
We'll know the face before he knocks on the door, you know?
Just background and why you want to do this, or if you get talked into it, or?
No, I live at 284 Foster Street. I've lived there 17 years. I have 32 and a half years experience in law enforcement. I just worked my last shift as a full-time police sergeant this past Wednesday. And this is one of the things I had in mind to do when I retired, is to be a constable in the town of Littleton. It's a way of being, becoming more involved in town, and it's a good position to hold, I feel.
Questions from the board?
As much as we could ask for.
Yep.
Easy
Excellent.
enough.
Thank you.
very much.
Congratulations on your retirement.
I would move that the Board of Selectmen vote to appoint Mr. Greg Balzotti as constable for a term expiring in June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So we go through the applications. This brings us to number 6, marijuana items that are coming up. Any?
Is there any reason to take anything out of, would we like to consider to take anything out of order at this stage? Before, I know that you have a hard stop at 9 o'clock, Joe, is that correct?
No, I'm staying until this is done. Then when this topic is done, I have to leave.
Okay, I understand. Well, very good then.
Okay.
I had some items that I might need you to sign tomorrow if we can't address them today, simply because they're penned with the chair signing.
That's fine. I can do that.
That sounds good.
Okay. And I would certainly take the opportunity to have the herb company come up and make a presentation. Welcome.
Logistically, would you prefer to manage the slides and what's clicking next?
Whatever's easier for you. Do you need a USB? Or do you
No,
need a
no, I think we have everything here.
Just one of them? Okay, that's great.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, perfect.
Well, the board certainly wants to welcome you for this presentation.
Thank
Give you
you.
the opportunity to make the presentation, allow us to ask you some questions, and then we'll open it up to the floor to talk about your project only, not the other ones.
Thank you.
The floor is yours right now.
All right, well, start with me. My name,
Yeah, if you just introduce everyone that's here, that'd be good.
my name is Debbie Crowley. I'm the founder and CEO of the Herb Company. Thank you for having us tonight. The Herb Company is a 100% women-owned business established to operate adult-use dispensaries in Massachusetts. We came together in town. We came together to form the Herb Company because we recognize the lack of females in leadership positions in the cannabis industry. Our business model is predicated on an owner-operator approach that holds a commitment to our future employees, customers, and communities at the forefront of everything we do. I have to read because I get very nervous talking to people.
She's doing fantastic.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna hold her hand. She's doing good.
All right, our team has extensive experience in the East Coast cannabis industry, and we are excited for the opportunity to bring our passion and knowledge to Littleton. We have a supply agreement in place with Nature's Remedy, a state-of-the-art cultivation and product manufacturing facility that will provide us with a full line of products since we will not be operating a cultivation of our own. Our mission is to create the ideal cannabis retail environment with a focus on education and customer service. We will offer preferential hiring to local residents, paying $16 an hour to start for dispensary agents. Outside of our dispensary in Littleton, we will be great neighbors in the community. We have 2 longtime Littleton community members on our team that bring skill sets and insight that will help us to achieve this goal. Susan and Jen will lead our community outreach committee, which will oversee our charitable contributions, allocation of resources to Littleton beyond our host community agreement, and direct our positive impact plan that is a requirement of the state. We feel confident in our qualifications and experience and believe we are an ideal candidate to establish and operate an adult-use retail marijuana establishment in Littleton.
Thank you.
So, Mike says myself and you're doing
Great.
everything.
You go on next.
One more slide.
Oh, for me? Yep, all right. All right, for the last 4.5 years, I've been owner-operator of Herbal Pathways in Maine. I'm a caregiver, which means I grow and manufacture medical marijuana for patients. I have a 5,000 square foot cultivation and 3,000 square foot manufacturing facility servicing over 100 patients, and I'm in good standing with the state of Maine.
Thanks, Debbie. Hi.
You're welcome.
My name is Ashley Esper. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Herb Company. Prior to starting this venture, I received my master's degree in accounting. I worked a very short tenure at a public accounting firm, and for 5 weeks I sat filling out tax returns in a cubicle, and I looked up one day and I said, wow, this is not what I'm passionate about, and it's not how I want to spend the rest of my life. So I quit. After that, first I entered the cannabis industry because I'm passionate about the product's ability to truly help people, and I want to make a difference in people's lives. So in 2017, I started in my role as Director of Retail Operations for a vertically integrated Massachusetts marijuana company. I've since served as Chief Marketing Officer. I've worn several hats over the past couple of years in these 2 positions. I've designed dispensaries, packaging, written policies and procedures, developed employee training manuals, community outreach programs. So in other words, I've seen a lot of what it takes to get a company from concept to launch, and I'm excited to work with the team we've assembled to do this in Littleton.
Thank you, Ashley.
Hi, I'm Anne Marie Belair. Thank you for having us. I'm the Chief Resource Officer of the Herb Company. I have a 20-year experience running a 100% small, in a small town like Littleton, women-owned business. I'm also responsible for the cannabis licensing and real estate of the Herb Company. I actually have been involved with Deb in the cannabis industry for a little over a year, and I'm very passionate about, like Ashley, some of the benefits that cannabis brings to people in the industry, and excited to work in a small town that I'm familiar with, like the town that I've run my business for over 20 years.
Thank you.
I'm Jen Rada. I see a lot of familiar faces, and I will say the same thing to you all that I said to these ladies when we first sat down, was that I didn't vote for Littleton to have 2 licenses going up in town. But then, now it's here, and when I started thinking about it, I decided that, you know, Rata Company has been a really good neighbor to Littleton, and I wanted to make sure that whatever company comes in here does the same. So when I was given the opportunity to go on with the community outreach and talk about things like scholarship programs and education programs and being involved with, you know, the different PTAs, and just, you know, there's not a Littleton youth football or a Littleton youth team that hasn't received some sort of donation or something from RADA. So I think just from that record alone, wanting to be that good neighbor and wanting to make sure that whatever company comes into this town continues to be that kind of good neighbor is how I got involved.
Thanks. So Susan Carter, also a longtime local community member. She owns a business here and has for the past, I believe, since 2009. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it here tonight. She serves on a board and had to be elsewhere for an engineering project. She'll serve in the same capacity as Jen in terms of overseeing our community outreach committee, and we'll get into that a little bit further. We also have here tonight Mitch Suzanne, who's our Consulting Director of Security. Mitch will introduce himself. As I mentioned in a later slide, he has over 30 years of experience in law enforcement and currently works through his consulting firm with operational marijuana dispensaries in the state today. Our proposed location is 160 Air Road. It's Unit 4. The space is approximately 3,200 square feet. We've had a binding LOI on this property since July of 2018, which demonstrates our early interest in locating in Littleton and our financial commitment as well to the property. Here is our proposed floor plan. If you're familiar with the space, there's only one entrance in as it stands today. We propose that we add a second exit. Just from a logistics or an optics perspective, we feel this is a lot safer, and it also helps with traffic and parking and turnover. So just to walk you through quickly, you enter through the top entrance. That's the front of the building. At the door, this is all standard requirement through the state. We check your IDs. You enter the sales floor. We have a great setup, what I think is a perfect space for a retail establishment like we're proposing. We have ample space for between 8 to 10 point-of-sale counters. We'll also set up 3 to 4 order-ahead stations, which will again help with traffic flow in and out of the dispensary. Everything to the right of the image behind the point-of-sale is restricted access. At the end of the night, standard, again, all the product goes into the vault, is locked up, secured. So you enter onto the sales floor, complete a transaction. The typical transaction time inside of an adult use dispensary is about 10 minutes. We're trying to expedite that even further, as I mentioned, with order ahead kiosks. We'll also have online ordering available through our website, and you exit through a separate entrance.
Parking. So our space at 160 Air Road currently has 10 designated parking spaces. Per the zoning requirements, we're required to have approximately 22 spaces. We have now just reached an agreement with Jack at Cherry Stone Furniture to allot us an additional 6 permanent spaces and another 6 for a total of 12, making 22 shared spaces. We also do have the opportunity to work with the owner to redesign some of the parking spaces altogether, but we have now, with the 22 spaces, met the requirement for parking per zoning. Okay, and we also, traffic study. We did the actual traffic study as required for the RFI, Vanessa and Associates. They did determine that our space was actually conducive for the business and didn't pose any deficiencies or unsafe situations as far as parking or traffic for our location. Is that me?
So just to go over this, again, this was part of the RFI we submitted. It just outlines our traffic mitigation plan. And in summary, we're going to work with the town and acquiesce to whatever terms is necessary. So if that means that parking, we may think when we open, we go through an opening phase, maybe we do appointment only, we reduce hours, we hire a traffic detail, we work with security, we staff security in the parking lots, whatever means is necessary to ensure that we're not creating a nuisance in town at our location. So security and anti-diversion, we'd like to have our Director of Security, Mitch, just speak briefly to this.
Good evening. My name is Mitch Suzanne. I'm a retired police officer with 30 years' experience. I started ECM Security 5 years ago. I provide executive protection security, private schools, construction sites, warehouses, corporate, and marijuana facilities. I have right now 40 guards assigned to 4 locations, 2 dispensaries and 2 cultivations. So I know the in and outs of what's required for security we have passed several announced and unannounced inspections with the CCC, Cannabis Control Commission. So they set a high level of security. We meet that at all our locations and we exceed it. So we have not had any gigs with any inspections with the CCC. I've been working with the herb company to provide security as we go forward. Consultation. I've already met with the police chief, and we've opened that line of communication with the chief, Bernard.
Thanks, Mitch. Guaranteed supply of products. So when we submit to the CCC for our state application as an adult use retailer, because we don't have a cultivation or product manufacturing site of our own, we have to prove that we have some sort of guaranteed supply that ensures that we'll have product to be able to put on our shelves. With us here tonight is the CEO and one of the founders of Nature's Remedy. We have an agreement, a supply agreement in place with them to provide us products. So John Brady, if you'd share a few words. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I've been in the marijuana business about 7 years now, and I'm one of the owners and founders of Nature's Remedy. We have a 50,000 square foot facility capable of making about 20,000 pounds of marijuana a year. We have decided to work with outside groups. We've interviewed quite a few because there's a shortage of marijuana in the state of Massachusetts right now. There is no wholesale supply. So we're very picky as to who we want to get in business with. We want somebody that knows how to run a dispensary, understands the product. We've worked with Ashley now as a consultant for us for 3 years. To be honest with you, we wouldn't be here without Ashley and her expertise. I mean, she's probably one of the brightest minds I've ever worked with in the marijuana industry, or any industry for that matter. So what we do is we're a green facility. We are off the grid. We don't use electricity from the grid. Everything we do is generated from gas-fired generators. We're one of the only, if the only, certified green facility for marijuana in the state of Massachusetts. We basically have a zero carbon footprint because we take the heat that comes off of the generators, and through a process that Einstein invented in the 40s, we convert that heat into cold chilled water for evaporative cooling and air conditioning. So we're completely green. The packaging that we use was designed by Ashley. It is all recyclable and it is all green packaging. It's fully compliant with all of the state, with all the things that the state wants. We will have guarantee that we have a supply agreement in place guaranteeing that we will supply all of their needs or as much as they need for the business.
Thanks, John. Employees. In our RFI, we highlighted that our focus is on people. So this boils down to our employees, our customers, the community. When it comes to staffing, our dispensary, Debbie mentioned, will offer preferential hiring to local residents. We'll start retail agents at $16 an hour, full medical and dental benefits. We'll also source services from local businesses and suppliers wherever possible. So for example, we've already started a conversation with our neighbor Jack at Cherry Stone Furniture to work on building out our custom display and millwork for inside of our dispensary. Another big focus we have is on education. Our dispensary employees represent who we are as a company, and therefore they will be trained extensively, not only through the responsible vendor program that's required by the CCC for adult use establishments, but also through our own in-house training program, and that will cover topics such as dispensary-specific security protocol or our products, our menu, things of that nature. We've identified also a third-party education platform service, and they will be providing us with training videos, which we will assign to our employees on a regular basis just to ensure that everyone is up to speed, whether that be on industry, local, national news and developments. Customers. So the same third-party education platform provides videos for inside of our retail store. We'll have content on our website, the same video content as well for the community to access. We'll have cannabis terminology glossaries, dosing and administration pamphlets. We'll host regular seminars. We'd love to participate in is it third Thursdays in Littleton? For
Third Thursdays.
Third Thursdays for the
Oh.
purpose of sharing education and really just, we understand a lot of the confusion is misinformation or maybe just a lack of education surrounding what our business is and what we're bringing to town. And truly and honestly, and we hope this is conveyed here tonight, we believe that comes down to education and just making sure people have the answers to the questions that they have relating to what we do and what our product is. So again, that relates back to education and our focus on people. Customer service as well. Again, I'll say that's why we place an emphasis on education. We really want to offer an ideal retail experience. For the medical program through the state, you're required to offer one-on-one consultations. We will implement this for our adult use establishment as well because we think it's important to, again, educate customers. So I'll turn it over to Jen to explain how we plan to participate outside of our dispensary.
We've talked about several things, but the Community Outreach Committee will really be putting things together with scholarship funds for local residents, community service days, charitable donations. We've got a lot going on with our library in town. We'd love to participate in any fundraising that's going on with that, as we do as our own business. We'd like to talk more with the Park and Recreation Department and see where there's areas that we can help. And then, of course, continue to do the drug awareness and education seminars, integrating with the police and fire department.
Why the Herb Company? We're a highly qualified applicant, we feel, and we've assembled a team that has direct experience in the East Coast cannabis industry. The faces you see here tonight will also be the faces that are in the dispensary and participating in those community events. It's our mission to ensure our focus is on being good neighbors and educating the community and our customers about the business, and to ensure that that's executed in a way that creates a deeper understanding of what it is that we do. Importantly, we're funded. We're ready to submit to the state. We're financially committed to Littleton. As I said, we've had a significant capital expenditure in our property just to lock that down to secure our site. The traffic study, the architect, the security costs, and of course our time commitment. We want to be here, we're excited to be here, and we're passionate and looking forward to integrating positively into your community. So with that, thank you, and we'd love to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do, if possible, the vice chair is on the working group. Well, I'll let you open up if you want to, because you have more insight than anyone else. I have some questions too, but I didn't know if you wanted to.
And if just one procedural thing, would it be appropriate at this time to ask Anna if she'd like to join us?
I think it'd be great if, Anna, if you want to come up.
Yeah, that would be great.
This is another working member of a working group. She's on the planning board. Thank you, Nina. This is Anna Houston.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, certainly. So thank you, ladies, for coming in tonight and sharing your presentation with us. As a member of the Board of Selectmen and the Marijuana Working Group, we've been reviewing the applications. One question that I did have, so to clarify, you will be on site working in the facility from the day it opens regularly?
Is this question addressed to me?
To all of you,
so
yeah.
just to give
So
you an overview.
what are the what are the roles each one of you will have?
Right, so as of right now, this is the team. We plan on fully staffing the dispensary, as I mentioned, with local residents. We're looking at between, I'd say, 12 to 14 full-time employees. That's going to include a manager on site. So we'll
Okay.
have our dispensary manager for Littleton. We'll have an assistant manager for our Littleton store. We'll have someone that's overseeing inventory controls, someone that's overseeing with Jen and Sue, the community outreach, and that's a level, or I guess a tier above our retail associates, which are the people that are behind the counters. So to answer your question, those are the people that will be there every day, open to close. In terms of our team, I mean, it's our job to ensure that that's running properly and as an effective business.
Right.
So, me personally, I live less than 30 minutes away. I'm
Me
gonna be
too.
there. Yeah, we're gonna
20
be
minutes.
in the store. It's genuine when we say this is us, and it's what we do, and we want to ensure, whether that's through us being there or through our employees representing who we are and who the company is,
Right.
that's upheld at all levels.
Right, so essentially, so you're going to hire a manager and an
Yes,
assistant
absolutely.
manager?
We will.
But until you do that, you're going to be acting as the manager. Who would be the manager? Who would be the
So
assistant manager?
we will open in Littleton and we will have a manager in place. We'll have an assistant manager in place ready to start. And they'll come on board before we get the go-ahead from the state.
Okay, so, and was that job description was included in the?
It was, yes, it's in our
Okay.
RFI.
So the managers to be hired, to be determined?
yep.
And that goes for the assistant manager
It
as
does,
well?
yes.
And that will be in place prior to opening day? And that goes for the inventory control person as well?
It does, yeah. And to be honest, that's all something to work out logistically because sometimes the assistant manager serves in that capacity for inventory control. Another thing I'd like to note, and this was in our RFI as well, is all of the packaging will be taking place off-site. So there's no packaging going on in the vault or back of house. All of the inventory is coming to our facility completely packaged.
Okay. So when they come on board, though, you'll still be there with them, making
Yes,
sure
correct.
while operations are, while you're getting up and running, so to speak. With respect to the community outreach, is there a specific positive impact plan? I know there was talks of scholarships and education, and
Yes.
could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So for the positive impact plan, that's the portion, that term is required by the CCC, and it outlines how many, say, seminars you hold, or how are you going to host your career fair, and it requires us to submit exact details for that. So above and beyond that, we have our community outreach committee. So that's for things like participating in the community or going to Third Thursdays and developing the scholarship fund. That's our way of contributing above and beyond what the state requires. So no, that's not technically our positive impact plan. This is something we're doing above and beyond that to
Right.
participate in the community.
Right, but do you have a specific positive impact plan
We
in
do, and I
place?
could provide that for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, and with respect to the parking, how many units does Cherry Stone own at 160 Air Road?
2.
They own 2? Okay.
Yep.
And was there it was just a discussion directly with Cherry Stone, not necessarily, I know the space is currently being leased by Valiant Enterprises, and then you have a letter that you're going to sublet from Valiant?
Yes, Valiant is a property management company.
Okay.
So as soon as, yes, and we did submit a letter confirming this. As soon as we're awarded, or if we're awarded an HCA, that will trigger a transfer.
Okay. So you negotiated, though, the parking spaces, not the property management company?
No, we did with Jack
we did it
directly,
ourselves.
yeah.
Yeah, we sat down with Jack.
With Jack directly, okay. And has the landlord been apprised of that discussion?
So this discussion, to be transparent, actually happened over the weekend. Just so we could come here and say, look, we're aware that we're deficient, we need to meet the 22 spaces, so we've been
Correct.
thinking of a lot of ideas. Our landlord has just told us that if we're awarded the HEA, she'll also be willing to work with us through this process as well to provide extra spaces, but because this conversation is so new, to answer your question, no, we have not.
Right, because I know it's technically a condominium association, that location.
Yep.
So I think it might be a little bit more complicated than just saying, hey, yeah, I'm willing to give up
So-
12 spaces, just so you know, I think. it
Yeah,
might
we
be
looked at the
more-
condo documents
Right.
for this reason, and we do think that it's a feasible option.
Okay.
And Jack does as well, he couldn't make it tonight, unfortunately.
I think that's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you.
Before I turn over to other people, I have a question probably for Mitch as far as
Yes, sir.
security goes. It says you're a consultant. Will you actually have people on site, or are you just going to be training people, or helping them out with security? Because obviously, security is extremely.
Security will be on site.
On site.
It'll be 2 to 3 guards during the day.
2 or 3 guys at one time, or in and out?
Scheduled out through the day so that there's at least 2 during the height of sales.
And are they do they work for you, or will they be working for
They'll work for me.
for you?
And I hire mainly retired law enforcement, military veterans, and off-duty firefighters. And then we have one that will roam outside to make sure that there's no consuming, smoking of edibles on site, and there's no loitering.
And you said you have spoken with Chief
I have
Bernard?
spoken with Chief Bernard, yes, and we actually went to the site, Ashley and I went to the site with the chief
Board members.
Yeah, a few questions from your presentation. One of the requirements, I think it's by the CCC, not us, is to conduct an outreach meeting with the community. Have you done that as yet?
We have not done that yet. That will be part of the next phase when if we're elected to move forward in the HCA process.
Okay. Have you given any thought to what form that might take, where it might happen, how you would structure it?
Absolutely. At a common place, sometimes we have them at libraries or gymnasiums, schools, any format that's welcomes the entire community. We're required to submit a letter to abutters within 300 feet. We'll also advertise it.
See,
in the
sometimes,
local paper.
you've done this for who else?
I've done it for other firms in the industry.
Okay. Who do you presently work for?
I work for a
Ashley?
consulting firm that provides services to dispensaries in the state.
Okay. And you left, when you left accounting to go into marijuana, who did you go to work for? at that?
The same consulting firm.
So
yes.
that's
Which
the-
provides, and John mentioned this, provides services to Nature's Remedy. So if you're familiar with Millbury, right off of 146, we just built a dispensary there. I helped design that. We'd love to invite the board or anyone from the town down to see that.
It's beautiful.
So,
Very classy.
you work for them now. Would you continue working for that outfit, should this be approved?
That's something that I would have to consider.
Is there a relationship, a business relationship between the two companies?
Yes, so they're our product supplier.
Okay, so they're a supplier of product, and you may end up working for
Supply
both?
I work for a consulting firm, so our supply agreement is with Nature's Remedy.
Okay, so you may continue working with the consulting company?
Correct.
And that company would work for both the suppliers and prospectively this company, the herb company?
No.
She's actually part owner of the herb company, so
Yeah.
the consulting remains to be seen, but once.
All right, so you're a part owner of the herb company,
Correct.
and you are too,
We're all
correct?
We all are.
You all are, all right.
Correct.
What are your equity positions?
We don't feel comfortable disclosing that.
Okay. Elsewhere in your document, you say that the entire source of income is from a gentleman named Robert Branca?
So we clarified this in the request for more information that is provided to us in the form of a loan. So he has no equity or ownership percentage in our
Correct.
company.
So he's loaning the entirety of what, how much?
The amount that's required to get us up and operational.
Up to $1 million.
So just to put it in perspective,
Who
an
is-
existing.
Who is he?
He's a business investor. He invests in a lot of different businesses. He's an investment business.
Okay, it's just that in the proposals we've seen, there's usually details about the financial components, including the people
I
who
think
are
usually if
providing
they're
them.
involved in the company, there's more details, but this is basically, it's no different. We're getting a loan and it's ready to go. The money is there waiting for us as in the form of a loan.
All right, you haven't prior worked for marijuana-related business?
I have been friendly with and have been involved with Debbie for a couple of years.
All right, and Debbie, your work for who now? Is it still Maine Medical Marijuana?
Yep, Purple Pathways, yes.
Okay, and where do you have facilities?
In Lebanon, Maine.
Lebanon, and you were the founder, so you were involved when the licenses were attained?
Yes, well, it's different. It's a caregiver program, so we just, we grow, manufacture for patients. So they come in with their patient card and we're able to supply them.
Okay, is that an affiliate to any national outfit?
No.
So it's a standalone?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The traffic study, I know it's referenced here. Do we have, was a copy of that submitted?
Yes, the entire traffic study was submitted for our RFI.
All right, I just have a couple other questions too on names that pop up. Who is Richard Evans?
He was listed as someone that can sign documents for the.
Lawyer, attorney.
Right, he's a lawyer. So just, when you submit to the state, you have to explain anyone that has direct or indirect authority. So for example, someone that can just sign documents would not be listed there because he's not able to make decisions in our organization. And this is something that we can clarify, again, just through resubmitting to the Secretary of State.
Okay, and Mr. Brankus, just a investor who is loaning money, not investing, I'm sorry, not investing money, just loaning money, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Carr from Valiant Enterprises, who is he?
That is the property company that has the lease currently for the property at 160 Air Road, Unit 4. In the follow-up for more information, we provided a letter from Robert Carr saying that in the event that we are awarded an HCA, that property, the lease will be transferred over to the Herb Company.
Yeah, the follow-up info is.
Are they doing anything with the prior, had they done anything with that property prior to, or did they exist to secure that property for this business?
It's a property management company, so there's.
Did they secure this for you folks?
This is correct, yes.
Yes, okay.
And that LOI has been in place since July of 2018.
All right. Does Mr. Carr or Valiant Enterprises have any other financial involvement?
He does not.
Okay, so the officers or anybody involved with the company are right here?
And
Well,
Susan Carter
couldn't make it tonight.
Okay, so none of these other folks, Carr, Branca, Evans, they don't,
Correct, yes. So in our statement of qualifications to operate, it would list the four of us, Susan Carter, and we listed our Director of Security, who's a consultant at Suzanne.
in your qualifications to operate are a letter stating that you get a loan from somebody.
I'm sorry?
Your qualifications to financially operate, that you have a loan.
So for the RFI, the qualifications to operate just required that we explain or give resumes and bios to the people that will actually be operating the dispensary, which would be the 6 that I just listed out.
Okay.
Please. Sure. A couple different lines of questions for you folks. The first, if you'll indulge me, Ms. Belair, Ms. Crowley, could you walk me through why you guys decided to come to Littleton? There are lots of other towns that recreational dispensaries could be opened in. So what was your thought process specifically?
Well, like I said, Anne Marie and I have been friends for a while. She's been involved a little bit up in Maine, and we talked about, she's local as well, so she's close by. She's familiar with the area, not like me, I'm not familiar with it at all, but it is nice, I'm not familiar with it. So in that, and she's also within, what are you, half an hour away? Half an hour away. So between the three of us, we thought this would be a great place to do it.
Okay. Why a great place?
Why?
You can answer that.
Right, yeah, you can answer that.
So,
Stink at this.
I'm accustomed to running small, successful businesses in small, nice, quaint, quality towns like this. I've done it for 20 years. Littleton, I feel, this group and this business, we fit into the fabric of Littleton. We know small town, we want to work symbiotically with all of the other businesses and the town. It's something that we're comfortable with. We're green orientated, Littleton as well. It fits into our business model. We're not into Boston, or, you know what I mean? This is what we're comfortable with. This is who we are. This is what we're familiar with. It works for us.
In terms of the agreement with the property owner to lease space to you guys, what I've heard is that there was a binding LOI signed in July 2018. Who made the first contact to sign that?
That would be someone from this property company.
The management company.
Right.
I'm sorry, who from your organization made the first contact?
I've been involved since then.
So you were involved in July 2018. Were you involved as a consultant, or were you involved as an owner in this, in the Herb Company?
For both, and this goes back to the location question, if you wouldn't mind if I answered that as well.
Nope.
We've spent a lot of time examining the state. There's 256, I want to say, municipalities in the state. Anne Marie mentioned, we don't want to be in the city. We want to be in central Massachusetts. We like it here. We understand the quality of life. We want to bolster that. We don't want to degrade it. We want to be part of the community. So we go in and we say, okay, where are the towns that have a good process in place? And this goes back, as we mentioned, to maybe a year. We sit and we wait for the application to come around, and we secure the property. And when the time comes, we put a team in place to come in and go through the process as we have.
I understand that. What I'm trying to untangle is your role as a consultant versus your role, consultant broadly in the industry, from your role with the herb company. So I'm trying to understand if the July 2018 agreement was signed or was agreed to with the herb company, or with a consulting entity that then went out to find someone to apply to take that space. Does that make sense?
My role for the herb company is as co-owner and as chief operating officer, which has pretty much has actually nothing to do with my role as a consultant and how I work with other companies in the state. Now, through that, the industry is small, and the companies like Valiant Enterprises, who lease property to startup companies like us, they find good matches, and that's how it came about.
Anne Marie and Debbie, when was the first time you guys came here to take a look at Littleton as a potential market for the herb company?
As far as a date?
Yeah, roughly.
We've been involved since we incorporated this whole THC business. I don't know the exact date we started. I don't have the date, I'm sorry, exactly.
Roughly.
It's been a year plus.
I'm going to change topics with my questions, if you don't mind. So one of the challenges with this industry, and the challenges with alcohol and gambling, is that it privatizes, right, the revenue, the profit, and it socializes all of the costs. So it's very easy for anyone, and I'm not picking on you guys in particular, it's very easy for anyone applying for an HCA to come in and say, we want to do all of these wonderful things. But the fact of the matter is that I expect that you would still like to turn a profit. And so at some point, you're going to have to make a decision about how you use the money that you're committing to the town, that the town, frankly, in my opinion, and I think there's some different legal opinions, can't legally compel you to spend, right? There's money that we can make you give us.
Correct.
And then there's a certain amount of money that, through Ms. Rada, in her role and through Sue's role, you're committing to sort of going that extra mile. So prioritize for me how you would address those socialized costs in a specific way, not just, we want to do wonderful things and we will work with the town.
This is something that we would discuss when we get to the HCA process. So for example, we've seen, and this is all, you can look them up on the CCC website, things like that go above and beyond what's required of the state for these positive impact plans, or for the diversity plan is another requirement example. A scholarship fund, which we've mentioned, that's something we can outline specifically. It's tangible. Anything like that, how are we implementing it? What are the metrics? Who's overseeing it? Those are all things that we will submit and work with the town on.
I guess what I'm saying is that take a step back, the Cannabis Control Commission doesn't currently have the legal authority to review host community agreements, right? It's a checkbox. Yes, you have one, no, you don't. But they've asked the legislature for the authority to review host community agreements. And there's some question about whether the 3% mitigation is the cap that can be signed away by an applicant in the host community agreement. And if we take this conservatively and say that I appreciate that you guys want to do a scholarship fund, you want to do a lot of these things, the town may not, and I don't think can, enter into a host community agreement with you that says you will do this and you will do this and you will do this. Therefore, it becomes a decision for you guys to make about how you can ultimately help offset the socialized costs of your industry. So what I'm asking for is, you've mentioned a scholarship fund, okay, that's great, but I want to know specifically, is a scholarship fund, would that be number one on your list? Would be funding something at the schools be on your list? Break down where you would like to see that money go.
I think honestly, Jason, it's kind of putting the cart before the horse, in that we would really have to sit down and have a conversation, say, what are some of the priorities? We're committed to, being supportive and doing this, but where do you want us to go first? I think that would be a conversation that we would have to have.
And to your point, we specifically hired someone that we knew was well integrated in that, so that we have projected revenues. It's documented through the state what the potential incomes are. So we can literally have Jen, with earmarked dollar amounts, work with the town to figure out where their priority is. Okay, if we do this scholarship at this amount, can we still do a baseball team or the library fund, or, I mean, so it is more than feasible. It will be done. It's not a question, regardless of whether you can mandate or make us. We're confident that we're doing it.
Can I keep going? Yeah. Okay. So excellent segue into some broad financial questions.
I don't have the financial data numbers.
I know, and,
I do.
and neither do
I
I.
do. Let's go.
Well, and neither do I
Public
because
accounting.
She's a wealth of information, so.
My understanding is, you had certain security information in your plans. We didn't want to risk making security information that needs to be held private for the sake of your business public. So that's why I actually don't have the hard copy of your application.
Okay,
sure.
But break down just at a high level for the folks in town, sort of what you're looking at in terms of revenue, what you're looking at in terms of
Projected.
Yeah, projected, right. And how do you arrive at those revenue numbers?
Anyone else? I go.
No, this,
Okay.
yeah.
So, in our RFI, we submitted in our first full year of operations that we do approximately 5 million in sales. That translates to 500 plus or minus dollars to the bottom line. I almost don't want to mention this because it's such an outlier in the state right now, but today, there's 20 dispensaries open. Each dispensary is doing 46 and some change dollars per day, which is just an absolutely crazy amount. Year-to-date sales in the industry have been $147 million. That, of course, today you go in, there's restrictions on the amount you can buy. As John mentioned, there's a huge supply issue in the state. The average purchase price is about $50. We expect that to go up $100 if you take numbers from our traffic study, which show 268 customers per day, and you multiply that by, say, an average transaction price of $50, that actually equates out to numbers like 5 million in revenue and 7 million in revenue, accounting for the fact that we have 8 points of sale is what we normally use. We're open 8 hours a day, and you work into that math, and that's how we come to numbers like 5, 7. I think the third year we said 8, and we predict that that's pretty steady and realistic for a town like Littleton.
So that actually preempts exactly one of my questions. You're 268 folks a day, and if you take May sales of $46 per customer, we're looking at a revenue of $3.5 million for you guys. If the average per customer amount stays the same in perpetuity, how does your business change if instead of the 5 million that you project, you're actually looking at $3.5 million of revenue, which is based on those numbers and based on current daily per customer sales, you'd be 40% under your revenue projections.
These are conservative estimates. We typically say revenues of $10 to $15 million.
But they're not conservative. What I just told you is that they're aggressive. If you take those numbers, multiply it by $45 per customer.
Which is a special scenario in the state right now because of this limitation. So the average transaction price, if you look at case studies like Colorado or Boulder's a better example because of their surrounding towns and demographics there, the average transaction price is $100. And that math adds out.
Okay. So you're projecting now, you're saying 5 million is the baseline of where you expect.
I'd say that's a conservative estimate for our first year of sales, given the fact that we're in Littleton. This is specific to this location.
Okay.
We've gone through, we've analyzed the state, we've analyzed the difference between city revenue. Can you walk to the store? Do you have to drive your car? Where are you? Are you in central Massachusetts? Proximity to other dispensaries that are open, how many are in town, and we take all of that into account.
So how did you arrive at 260?
This is a traffic study done by a third party.
I understand that, but at some point, I'm going to guess the traffic engineer didn't estimate how many patrons a recreational dispensary will attract, or did they?
This is specific to recreational dispensary at 160 Air Road.
Okay.
So it is, yes, this is the estimate.
So where, I guess what I'm trying to understand is where did that 268 come from? Them or from you?
No, this is from the actual traffic study. We provided the entire study in the RFI.
Okay.
Can I address that?
Yes, please. So
I'm-
Susan Carter again.
I'm Sue Carter. I
She made it.
apologize for being late. I was at Stowtown meeting and luckily they're done. The traffic study was based on the ITE, the Institute of Traffic Engineers, trip generation manual based on data. Most likely it's data from around the country in those states that have legalized recreational marijuana. So they have had enough to be able to generate the estimated number of vehicle trips based on the square footage of the retail facility.
Okay, so those numbers are, so now we've established that those numbers are based on traffic engineering. How did those numbers compare to, certainly in your estimates, you must at some point have estimated how many customers you expect to see on a daily basis. So help me reconcile. If those are just the traffic numbers, what do your projections say?
Could you repeat? I'm sorry. So this is,
In your
yes.
financial analysis,
Yes.
how many customers do you expect to see per day?
This math equates to, it comes out 268 customers per day. We
So
agree
you
with this.
base your financial model on a traffic
It is
analysis.
not based on the traffic analysis.
So where did the number of customers you expect to see per day come
I
from?
think she just said from areas traffic-wise that have legalized cannabis in their traffic counts of customers a day. Is that not?
I think what he's asking is the financial numbers, what you had projected, how many customers on a daily basis and how long they stay in the store, so what is the capacity of the business?
Yeah, so these numbers are from a CFO that works with marijuana companies in the state today, based on projections, like I said, from case studies in Boulder, Colorado. What are they seeing? What are the demographics? How do those align to towns that we locate in, such as Littleton? And you work backwards, again, based on basket size and average purchase price and things of that nature.
How many point of sale?
How many points of sale, yep. So if you do this out, 268 divided by 8 hours a day, that's 35 customers an hour. 8 points of sale, average transaction time or time spent in the dispensary is about 10 minutes. And we work this in to figure out, and this is why we had this conversation again with parking, that, yeah, we do need 22 spaces. So that's why we went out this week and again made sure we're crossing all the boxes there.
You said, who's the CFO you referenced there?
It's from a consulting firm.
Your consulting firm?
No.
Okay, so we've broken down a little bit the revenue number. Break down for me a little bit what your financial model is expected to, how much do you guys expect to be able to carve off, to put in Jen and Sue's hands?
To earmark.
Correct. To earmark.
That's
to-
something
to
that is an
mitigate.
internal discussion.
Can you give me a range?
I cannot.
I think that's all I've got for questions.
Yeah.
So ladies, you state that you are the owner-operators, and yet there is no financial information provided about your own financial stake or your skin in the game for this particular business operation, right? So typically, when you think about a business, a small business, and you're an owner, you have skin in the game, right? You have put money on the table because you are the owner. So help me to understand, help all of us to understand exactly how you are the owners.
We actually have been paying a lease since July of 2018, our own money. And this is money, and we've paid for traffic studies, rental, the security consultations, everything that's required for this RFI without any guarantee of having a business here. We've
That is what
actually-
happens with a small business, yes.
Yeah, I know, I've owned one for a very long time.
Yeah.
In this industry, though, as far as having skin in the game, we have put in our own financial money into it. Some of the things I just mentioned. We have hundreds of our own hours, which when you own your own small business is very important that we've dedicated to this business. And also in this industry, what happens is kind of like earmarking. We're adamant we're doing this. We could guarantee that we're earmarking for the stuff for the town. Without knowing the exact numbers, we couldn't give him a number right now. We also can't determine ahead of time what money would we be putting out other than what we're currently putting out. The money that we need to get up and running, we have secured, it's large money, and it's a loan. We will be paying that loan.
The state has
So-
put into place a social equity program for people that, and this is not us, we don't qualify as a minority applicant, but for exactly that, people that want to own their own businesses, but maybe they can't commit the financial obligations to get to that place. So that's why we go out and we fundraise money and we find partners or investors or people that are willing to make a loan to us because they believe in us and believe in what we do. And I don't think any lack of financial commitment should discount the amount of time or the effort or the passion that we put into this project.
Well, here's where my question is coming from. We specifically asked in the RFI for financial documentation, and it has not been provided to us. It has not been provided to us in the context of, other than you stating that Mr. Branca is providing you a loan. We don't know what your stake is in it. We don't know what other details are. We don't know how much of that is going to be paid back. We don't know who else is involved, because you won't provide that to us, so.
This is the group.
You're
So
not
the
hearing
RFI
my
stated we
question,
have to
though. I am saying that we asked for that information, not the CCC we did, and it's not being provided.
The RFI stated that we had to show that we have capital to get us up and operational here. A dispensary built out in an existing building, $500,000.
600,000.
600,000, 50,000 of that alone is security. We're well aware of the financial needs to get this business up and operational.
Provide us the information.
So that in proving proof of funds that we have access to capital, that is showing you that we can build out this dispensary in town.
Right. Do you want our own personal, like my business taxes? Because I'd be happy to provide that from my business. What financial information is missing? I'm confused.
So, in terms of any application, we need to make sure that we understand who is actually behind the money.
Okay. So if we consider that loan that we're having like a loan, it would be the same as, say, going to a bank. It's just investment firms loan money for this kind of stuff.
Sorry to cut you
Right, and we
off.
have no idea
What's
how
the
much that loan
security?
is for.
It's the letter, it's $1 million.
What's the security of the loan?
Right.
Somebody loaned you $1 million with no security?
Well, it's a decent interest that he gained from the loan.
Those are details that we don't need to
Yeah.
be discussing.
Yeah.
That's all there is, just interest, you're telling me? That's it? You're telling me there's other terms that you don't need to tell us? Okay.
Okay, it's your choice. So my second question has to do again with the fact that you said you are owners, but it sounds like you're going to be absentee owners.
Absolutely not.
Assuming that you.
No, that's
Okay,
not
so
what we said at all.
what percentage of your time in any given week will you be spending, are each of the 5 of you going to be spending at the facility?
For an example, just to put together this RFI, 200 hours of our time.
No,
This
I'm
is
talking about the operation.
I'm saying as an example, it's our time. We did not hire a lawyer, we didn't hire anyone else to do this, it's us.
And
The
we will do
people-
the same for the store.
Yeah.
Whatever hours are required for us to be there, we will be there.
So does that mean full-time? You're going to be at the store
It
full-time?
means beyond full-time. We'll probably be before it opens, after it opens, if required.
I would say the way to run a successful business is you staff it with people that can uphold your operation for you when you can't be there 24/7.
Correct.
And that's what we plan to do. We're going to hire a qualified team. We're going to give preferential hiring, as I mentioned, to Littleton residents and ensure that the dispensary is running to the town standard.
So I would just like to hear from each of you, what % of your time, just say a 40-hour work week, what % of that 40-hour work week are you going to be at the facility?
that's something that we'll cross when we get to it.
Okay, well, you
In the
have a choice
beginning,
in
we'll
not
be there,
answering the question.
in the beginning, we'll be there the entire time until everyone is completely trained to the best of their ability. And we will be available at any point in time. Like we both said, we're both 20 minutes away.
And Ms. Crowley and Ms. Carter and Ms. Rada.
I'm not willing to put my name on something that I'm not comfortable and making sure that it's operating the way that it's supposed to and it's safe the way that it's supposed to. I wouldn't have gotten involved specifically with anybody, as I said earlier. I didn't vote for these licenses to come to town. For me personally, I'm there as much as they need me to be there until we've got the right people in place that, you know, I'm comfortable with leaving them behind. I mean, we run our own business in town. I'm not out on every house call. I'm not out on every inspection because we've got qualified people that do the job right. But until they do it right, I'm there.
Correct. Exactly.
And I'm not willing to, like I said, put my name on something that's coming into my town that can be as controversial as this.
Thank you, and Ms. Crowley and Ms. Carter.
I feel the same way. I have a current business right in town, so I am, and right now, obviously, my business is very busy. So it's going to be really where I can fit in to provide the best use of my time to help the business. If they need somebody to man a point of sale and I'm appropriately trained, then I will step in and help with that. But until we get up and running, I'm not sure that we've defined any roles. I sort of view it as all hands on deck when something needs to be done. If it means you're getting ready to open and you need the floors washed, or after it's open you need somebody to be there for closing, you know, at night, whatever's needed. It's hard to define right now.
And Ms. Crowley? What percent of your time will you be at the facility every week?
I can make it down here whenever I'm needed. I will be there in the beginning as much as I need to. It's not an issue, really, is it?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, Chief, you're in the back. You have any questions?
I don't.
Thank you. I'm going to open up to the floor, but
I had a couple follow-up questions, if you don't.
Yeah, I do too.
I know we're getting kind of long. I'll be quick.
Yeah.
Ladies, I was interested in if you could describe for me your how you intend to market this business. So you've talked about online sales, but I'm interested in you articulating for the public really who hasn't had the benefit probably of going through your RFI, excruciating detail. 2 minutes on your marketing plan, where you expect to reach, how far do you expect to draw people from, and how you're going to go about doing that.
Yes. So we've provided a proposed timeline, which estimates if everything goes smoothly from here, maybe definitely a Q1 opening for 2020. At that time, we expect there's 20 dispensaries open today. This is all going to come into play in a second why I'm explaining this. Probably maybe double, maybe 1.5 times the amount that's open today. So when the state first opened, you see everyone's rushing to Leicester, they're rushing to Winnetta and Brookline to open. That's going to decrease and diminish as more dispensaries come online. So we're really going to focus, and by the time we're open, we think that's going to pretty much be a non-issue in terms of traffic and surrounding people driving from far areas. So we're going to focus on the surrounding areas in Littleton. A lot of the towns around here have bans or moratoriums in place. That traffic we expect is going to come to our store, or the stores that are around the area. There's going to be 2 in town. And in terms of marketing, so we'll have a 100-day plan. We will advertise for employees. We'll host a career fair, a job fair in town. Promotions will start that way. In terms of customers, we'll ramp up a website. We'll have social media. For online sales, it's more of a reservation system, meaning you can reserve your product online. You actually can't purchase anything online. It's not legal.
Subtle and important distinction.
Very important distinction, yes. It's a reservation system, so you just walk in, you pick up your order ahead of time. For marketing, there's an extreme amount of restrictions. CMR 500, I think it's 110 point something there's an entire list of things mostly that you cannot do in the state when it comes to marketing. So honestly, we're pretty limited. It comes down to the product you have, the service you provide, and the location. We feel like all 3 of those are going to be really solid for us. And based on that alone, we expect a lot of repeat customers. So marketing, in our opinion, is going to be based on word of mouth and just location.
Do you have a line item in your budget for marketing?
We do.
And how much is allocated towards that?
To be honest, it's very minimal in the first year or two, just because of, look where we are really in Massachusetts. It's advertising itself. A dispensary opens, there's an article in the Telegram, or there's an article in the Worcester newspaper. So, in my opinion, it's pretty much almost, it's not needed. The things that, just to give examples, to list on Leafly, there's a minor expenditure there. As I mentioned, we have these video education platforms. They actually provide white labeling content for social media as well. Again, it's a minimal cost. It's not anything that's going to be really serious in terms of a startup budget.
Okay, and you don't have a budget, just to recap, for the positive impact plan? You're not quite sure how much that's going to cost and what exactly, because you don't know what exactly that entails right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And that's something we'd like to open up for discussion with the town.
And then the repayment of the loan that you're getting to fund the business, I assume there's conditions on the repayment of that loan, but you're not disclosing that.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
There's terms of the loan, there's always terms.
And how will you be compensated as the owners and operators? Are you salaried, are you hourly? What, has that been figured into the budget?
Right now, we're startup phase.
Okay.
No one's getting paid to do this.
Yep.
To be
We're all
honest.
volunteer
This
workers.
is time, yeah, we're paying in time.
Okay, and you stated part of that involved paying the rent on the current property. Was that done, did you give funds to Valiant Enterprises, who then in turn gave funds to the landlord, or how did that work? Since Valiant has the lease agreement with Athena Enterprises.
We paid directly to the landlord.
You pay directly to Athena?
So it was through Valiant, I believe.
Oh, well,
To be
okay.
honest, yeah, I don't off the top of my head. I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
and who, on?
It was
the-
our funds that paid the lease, whether the check went to them and then to the owner or not, I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have given funds to Valiant, and then Valiant, then in turn,
Correct.
you're not quite sure. And what is Valiant Enterprises, what is their relationship to the herb company? I mean, to Nature's Remedy?
They are a property management company. So they solidify not only for properties in Littleton, they have other locations that they provide to dispensaries.
Okay, so the gentleman that signed the lease for Valiant, that was Robert Carr, correct?
Yeah.
And he's also,
He's one of the founders of Nature's Remedy.
okay, he's the president.
Yes,
It is, and you're the registered agent for Nature's Remedy.
I am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Is the board all set?
I'd like to hear from the citizens.
Yeah. What I'd like to do is open it to the public. If you have questions, this part of the meeting has to deal with these people right here who've made the presentation. After they're done, there's a point coming up, we're gonna talk about the petition that went out. That's the time we can talk about that. But right now, if you have questions, it has to deal with this application. If there's anyone who wants to speak, if you want to speak, raise your hand, just give your address.
15 Boxwood Drive, apartment 104. I've been also in the
Can you
medical
name?
field. Oh, Andrea Bast.
Okay.
I've also been in the medical field, and I understand the medical marijuana and whatnot. But what I did not hear from you today is your protection of the kids, of the young generation. The protection of your staff, the protection of when you transport this drug, the marijuana, the edibles. How are you going to protect your staff? How are you going to protect the community? Because there is going to be a huge amount of traffic. There is going to be kids trying to get the marijuana, the edibles. I moved out of Lowell to Littleton for safety, for raising children.
Understood.
I am not looking to go back into Lowell, having Littleton turn into it.
Understood.
Is it through the chair?
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Okay.
Security is everything. compliance is everything. In terms of transportation, that's something that's not handled by us. All the products come from whoever we're supplying it, getting it from, to our dispensary, completely packaged. In terms of anti-diversion, which just means making sure it's not in the hands of anyone that shouldn't have it, and that is children, anyone underage. We have entire policies and procedures. We actually submitted this as part of our RFI just to address this topic alone. In terms of how we handle it inside the dispensary, no one's coming in unless you put your card through an RFID reader. They're scanning them, making sure you're 21 plus. Outside of the dispensary, there's no loitering. As Mitch said, there'll be someone monitoring the parking lot. For packaging, everything is CPSC certified, it's child protected, and this again relates back to education. We feel like it's our responsibility, and we know it's our responsibility, to make sure that our customers are aware that this is a product that your children can't get, and you need to keep it, you need to store it in the containers and be responsible about it, just as you would be responsible with other things you don't want your children having access to in your home.
Just to reiterate on what Ashley's saying, if you go back to our floor plan, there is an entrance vestibule there. The IDs, you will not get in. We have a security firm, we have someone checking, scanning. It's just underage, it's not going to happen. The store will be run professionally, like she was saying, with a firm and someone checking IDs. There's no way children under 21 will be able to get in. It's run like a high-end jewelry store, only you have to be of age to get in.
Other questions on this?
Oh, good. So I'm just concerned about the parking.
Can I name an address,
Oh,
please?
sorry, Shannon LaPointe, 34 Great Farm Road. So, like, I'm trying to get it figured out. It's a condo association with 6 units, right? And then 2 are Cherry Stone, so there's 4 left. So, from the last, I went to one of the other applicants, and they said that they had 50 parking spots for the entire building. I don't know if that's correct or not, that's what I've heard. So, I'm just thinking, if Cherry Stone has 2, that's already, around 16 over there. If each unit has about 8, then we're not left with. If you said there's 35 customers per hour, possibly, I don't see where the parking, and I'm just really concerned about where the overflow will go. How are you going to deal with it? And on your lease, so you have a lease already for Unit 4, or Robert Carr does, or someone. How many spots are in your lease for just you guys?
Sure. So for our condo unit, Unit 4, we have 10 parking spaces. The 2 units next to us, that's Jack at Cherry Stone Furniture. That would be the same 20, or I think he said actually 18 for him. And we have an agreement in place to solidify 6 assigned parking spaces from Jack to add to us, and then 6 shared parking spaces. So that gets us to 22. We recognize that traffic is a hot topic and of course is an issue, and we don't want a line down the street any more than anyone else does. So we're working already to figure out a plan if we get to this phase to set up satellite parking. So we will bus customers in. We'll have a separate parking area for our employees and have them drive in separately, so that's not taking up spaces. And we have the option to work with also our property, our tenant at 160 Unit 4 to figure out other options as well.
Hi, I'm Sherry Maury. I live in New Estate Road. So I'm not sure if you're familiar about where that is. Do you know where it is, ladies?
No.
No, okay. I know you do. So I'm very close to where you're thinking about locating. I'm surprised you don't know where it is because you've driven by it many times. My question for you specifically is, if you're going to have this volume of cars coming in and out, first of all, that road is already tremendously busy. Anybody who tries to get in and out of New Estate knows it's very dangerous to get in and out. You said that you're taking care of your security for your space, for your people, for delivering, I guess. So if people can't loiter in your parking lot, and your security is going to manage that, if they decide to loiter around, say, the end of my road, where there's a giant parking lot, who manages that? Is that you?
The police, little.
Okay.
Through the
So-
chair.
So could I just follow up on that? So if the police in Littleton are now going to have to take on that responsibility that your business is bringing in, who pays for that?
Through the chair. Unfortunately, anything that happens outside of our property is a bit difficult to control, aside from the fact that we can tell customers 1,000 times, please don't do that, and maybe they still do. We have to maintain, and we've already sat down with Chief Bernard to start this discussion, an open line of communication with the police department here. The town voted to have marijuana. The space where we're located at is zoned correctly for it. I believe there's only one area aside from that in town, which is why we're located here specifically. And again, it just goes back to making sure that we're doing our part the best that we can to the extent that we're able and willing and able to work with the police chief and the police department to ensure that we're being as safe as possible.
Could I just follow up with that real quick, and then I'll let someone else interject? I think conservatively on my road right now, just on my road, there's probably 30 kids on my road. So what I'm trying to understand is how we're going to protect those children who are young, not to mention the high school that's immediately down the street from where you all are. And I really want us, as thinking about how we're going to afford this as a town, to take care of what you're saying is not your responsibility to take care of.
So I'm not sure that's a question directed.
The question is, if you're not going to be able to take care of that safety issue, then someone is going to need to, and I'm wondering how that's going to happen.
Joe, if I could ask you.
I'm gonna turn it over to Chase in a second. Put it to make out. This is all things that this board has to take into consideration. That's why we're hearing from.
I know, but this is specific to, this is very close to this neighborhood, that's why I'm mentioning it.
Chase?
One thing that we didn't touch on is your willingness to commit, if you enter into a host community agreement with the town, to fully funding the 3% mitigation funds that the town could expend and essentially bill you for. So I want to put a specific question to you. Would you be willing to sign a host community agreement with the maximum amount that the town could collect by law?
We will
3%.
be, yes, we will be willing to do that, the 3%.
The reason I ask that is that the town is able to collect from any applicant, not just them, up to 3% of their revenue. Is it revenue?
That is correct.
It's revenue, which is important, right? It comes off the top. Up to 3% of their revenue. If that's, this is separate from the sales tax, 3% of their revenue to deal with mitigation issues specific to their property. So that could include police details that the town is paying for that we're then billing them for. That can include diversion activities that the town is undertaking that they're not doing, that we can bill them for. So there is a mechanism for the town to recover some of that, and that's, and now that they're committing to fully funding that 3%, the problem is that that's it, that's our cap, right? 3%, so.
I have a question. Mike Rossi, 272 Howard. So a couple of the numbers, you're talking about 268 sales, 34 cars per day, average. That's average, right? So actual peak is going to be much higher than that, somewhere 50, 55, maybe 60 on an hour at some point. People coming in when you have low times, high times. So that traffic is going to be significant. We've got the intersection there off the highway, which is already a problem. That's going to be more of a problem. You talk about the kids and the safety, but you also talk about going to Third Thursdays, which is a family event. We don't have alcohol advertising or anything like that at Third Thursday. I want marijuana. But all of this stuff just seems like you don't really know our town. You talk about coming here because of Littleton, not Boston, but Boston said they don't want it. Right? So it seems like come to Littleton because I'll have less resistance as opposed to it's good for the town. So I think we should really consider what's good for Littleton. I got a question in regard to how you collect your income. It's still illegal federally, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
So, is this a cash business?
Right now, we're seeing that most transactions happen through cash. There's options available. An example is CanPay. It's a debit system. So you're actually, today, this is in place in dispensaries in Massachusetts where you go and you can pay, and it's with a debit card.
There are some banks and credit unions that are now accepting cannabis businesses.
Right. And to clarify, our participation in the community at events such as Third Thursdays, that would be for things like drug awareness and like DARE programs. I'm not sure if that's what it's called anymore, but it all relates to education, and that was our point in saying that.
I'm sorry, in regard to the revenue collection, as far as being a cash, is that true? It's a cash business?
Yes, sorry, I did, yes.
It's all cash?
It is not all cash, it's mostly cash. We will have an alternative to the cash, which is, it's called CanPay.
So will your books be open to Littleton so we can tell what 3% revenue is?
There's a mechanism to collect that fairly.
Okay, but from a federal standpoint, you can't actually collect that income, otherwise it'd be a tax evasion property from the standpoint of actually not paying federal taxes on sales. That can't actually be shown, right? So, from what I understand in Denver, where I travel to quite a lot, there are these houses where marijuana is sold, and there's quite a significant security team required, which sounds like what we have. I'm also thinking about all that and wondering, why do you need so much security if it's a business that we'd like to have in town?
There is a federal tax, it's 280E, which we have to pay. That comes off the top line as well. In terms of security, that's all mandated by the state, so everything we mentioned here today, it's by the book. It's not anything specific to our operation, this is what the state says we have to do, and of course, we're going to follow.
So I do have one more question. There was a really good question brought up by the board earlier in regard to your percentages of the business, and a separate Mr. Branca, who's got a substantial loan that's supporting this. Sounds like he's the majority shareholder or majority owner, right? So are any of you actually majority owner?
We are the
We don't have to
majority.
do
Yes, so
percentages.
it's in the form of.
The answer is yes.
Right. The contribution is in the form of a loan, which does not constitute any ownership percentage in our company.
Okay, but if you can't pay the loan, he can pull back on the loan and then he takes ownership. So anything that you say here right now could actually be trumped by somebody who's not here, right?
I don't understand this question, I'm sorry.
Because each state goes to us, so.
I'm not.
So I'm just saying, regardless of sincerity, it sounds like you're really sincere about wanting to do the right thing, but the guy who's really pulling the strings isn't here, and who knows what he's thinking, so, you know.
But he wouldn't,
I'm not following him, I'm sorry.
I'm confused with that too.
What I'm saying is,
If
from a
they go
ownership
under, they go
standpoint,
under.
control of the company, that's all being controlled by another third party who's not here.
So so I guess if he's concerned about the loan, if we are unable to pay the loan, then our credit will be ruined, whatever tangible assets, or, I don't know what, you know what I mean, it's a loan. So it follows the same parameters as a loan, if that answers his question.
Same as if it was from a bank.
Right.
The bank isn't the majority owner, just
And they take
because
over the
you
bank.
have a mortgage on your business doesn't mean they're the majority owner.
Does he have a mortgage on your
And so
property?
does the license go with the business?
It's not
No, it's not transferable.
Not transferable, all right, that's good.
Business
Doesn't solve all
This
this.
is, there's no.
Good evening, Mike Andrillo, 164 here.
Liquor license is generally over the business.
Excuse me, if we could just have the conversations directed through the chair, please, so that one person's speaking in the room at one time?
Mr. Chair, Mike Andrillo, 164 Air Road, involved with Roma Tile, which is in the business park. Two questions. First, just to follow up on the loan issue, if you can share this with us, are all 4 or 5 of you all individually responsible for the loan? Should somebody else default on it? So, i.e. 100% of the loan would be on either of you? Or is it split up?
So through the chair, it's an LLC. Our company is an LLC. The loan is through the LLC. With the LLC.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you personally guaranteeing the loan?
No, we're not personally guaranteed.
Okay. With respect to traffic, That is a private road that goes into that facility, owned by all the abutters together to the middle of the road. It's currently in a little bit of state of disrepair, but hopefully it will be taken care of. The traffic study, could you tell us a little bit more? Is there anything more detailed? What, did they do counts? Did they do counts on tractor trailers coming in and out of the park? Wait times to take a left-hand turn onto Route 110, which can be rather lengthy. And if you were to take a 53-foot tractor trailer, it is an industrial zone, not a retail zone. A 53-foot tractor trailer would probably take up 4 or 5 car lengths easily by itself. So it would be the same, having that there waiting to take a left. And a tractor trailer, mind you, I have a Class B, cannot zip out onto traffic the way a quick little car can. And traffic on 110 is extremely busy. With the chief, we had an incident where one of our drivers was a victim of road rage about 2 years ago on that. He was on 110 looking to take a left into our area at about 7 in the morning, 7:15. Another truck behind him got agitated, swerved around him, got out, threw his coffee at our truck, kicked his bumper in, and then swerved our driver, threatened him to a fight, and asked him to step out. Littleton Police, I'm not sure if...
Fire and not police?
Oh! Sorry about that, I didn't realize that. Did apprehend this person. We had to go to court. He actually was cited for it and got his, I believe, license revoked. So, and this was 3 years ago or so. Traffic has gotten even worse. So just wondering what the traffic, if the traffic report or the traffic study specifically details inside the park, because access to that site is not from Route 110. You have to drive into the park and then take a turn into it. And it's already very difficult to get in and out. So anything you could shed on that to be helpful would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the traffic study was done by VHB, which is a reputable traffic firm. They just did a general overview on the traffic. But I'd just like to point out that those office condos, you have retail there, it's appropriately zoned and it's an existing building. In terms of interaction with trucks in the actual driveway, they did not get into that level of detail. They also, trip generation out on Route 2A is readily available through the local Regional Planning Commission. We also looked at it just from a general, high-level viewpoint that you've got 2 traffic lights that create gaps in traffic. You've got the one at the gas station and you have the one at Willow Road. I can't remember the timing of when I don't know how that relates to when you had that incident 3 years ago. The other thing is I'd like to point out the hours of operation. We're starting at 11 in the morning. Typically businesses with truck drivers and taking your tile are typically going out to sites and it's typically early morning traffic. So, direct question is no, we did not study, or we did not have the traffic engineers study the tractor trailer trucks on site, but it is appropriately zoned for that site.
All right, I'm going to try to wrap up. Anything else, Mr. Boyd? One more.
All right, sorry. Dave Lalieve, 215 Taylor, will be quick. Is this business similar to the one that's opening a couple miles up the street in Air, right by the Rotary? And won't that affect a lot of your statistics you have on traffic and business?
Yes, it is. The dispensary, I think it's called Gage now. They used to be Central Ave Compassionate Care. They're opening for adult use under this new name. It's the same type of business we're proposing to locate here. And if it's taking away from our customers, that means it's improving traffic. So to answer that question, yes, it will actually help with traffic as customers start to disperse across the open dispensaries that they can shop at.
Okay, we're going to wrap up, and we want to thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Chairman, we're going to move on to a discussion about the deadline.
Yep.
Can I suggest that, consistent with conversations we've had already, and the fact that we've met our commitment under our rolling permit process to meet with all the applicants, that we set a hard deadline at this point, perhaps this Friday, and that we schedule time at our meeting on the 15th of July to actually discuss the applications we've had. If anybody should come in between now and the end of the week, we have ample opportunity in between to do the due diligence on them.
Yeah.
And
So the 15th would be the date that you're talking about for the last applications and...
well, no, the last applications would be this Friday, the 28th, and then a meeting on the 28th and the 15th
15th will
to deliberate on all the applicants we've had.
And up or down on the applicants that we have in front of us.
Right.
Right, yeah. Okay.
So it'd be Friday the 28th?
Yeah. Probably when Nina's ready, I'll make it in the form of a motion. Multitasking? Nina? Yeah, all right.
Trying.
All right, right for the crowd too. Then the motion will be that we end our rolling application process this Friday, so if any other entity wanted to get in, they have till then, and that our intention is to schedule a discussion with action on the applicants we've had for our July 15th meeting. And if anybody does apply between now and the end of the week, that'll give time for our working group, Cindy and Chuck and Anna and Ed to go over them. And if we need it, we can start off the meeting on the 15th with an executive session to go over anything in that process.
Yep.
But,
Deadline for this Friday at, say, 4 PM?
sure.
Sure.
Do we need a motion for that?
That was a motion. So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to cut off, if that's the right word, applications for this retail marijuana on this Friday at 4 o'clock, with decisions being made on the applicants that were brought forth so far on July 15th. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? For those in the audience, that simply means at one point on this process, we had a rolling time where people could keep on putting applications in. That's being cut off on this Friday, and with us acting on what's currently before us on the 15th of July.
And theoretically, anybody else who comes in.
Yeah, whoever else comes in. This leads into our next topic, which has to do with the citizens petition. And I'll read the citizens petition, and I'll speak on it first, and open it up to the board for discussion, then obviously open it up to the people who are here. We, the undersigned, respectfully ask the Board of Selectmen to allow residents of Littleton the opportunity to understand what our options are regarding the licensing of recreational marijuana facilities in our community. We ask that before awarding any licenses, this be brought back to the town meeting so that the residents can decide if they want to have or don't want to have it in our community. So that was a petition. It's my understanding that there's 246 signatures on this petition, which is non-binding, and this was collected within 3 days. And being in town politics as long as I have, to get 246 signatures in 3 days is quite a haul. And whoever the people who were behind that obviously did their work. We have a process in place legally that the people who have applications in, and if I goof it up, Cindy, the working group, let me know.
Okay.
That we have to act on what's before us. We have to accept it or deny it for reasons that the state sets forward. And that's where we stand right now. That's anything?
Yeah, we have to complete this process. As a community, we voted in favor of the legalization of marijuana. As a community, we changed zoning. We voted during the state election, which was very specific, to permit retail marijuana and other uses in our community. Through those processes, essentially, we said to the state, we are a yes community. We are authorizing, permitting these types of establishments in our community. Now that we've begun the process and some people have come forward and said, wait a minute, time out, we don't know that we're on board with this, we can't stop the process that we've already started. We have to complete this process before us. And whether through that process it ends up that we enter into a host community agreement with one applicant or two applicants or no applicants, we have to complete the process. And just to be clear, as part of this process, Really, the Board of Selectmen's role is more of an administrative role to ensure that the applicants are in order, that they've followed the requirements of the RFI, submitted sufficient information to us as far as organization, security, training, education, financials, all of that. If we agree that we feel that that is in order, we will then invite them to enter into a host community agreement with us. After we do that, they then need to take their host community agreement and go to the planning board. The planning board, they have to apply for a special permit. And that special permit process deals with the location of the establishment, the traffic concerns, the parking concerns. That's the planning board's purview. If the planning board decides that that piece of it's in order, then the applicant can take their host community agreement, their special permit, and then they have to apply to the state, to the Cannabis Control Commission. And the Cannabis Control Commission takes all the information that they've provided to us as a municipality, and they scrutinize it tenfold. So even in the event that someone enters into a host community agreement with the Board of Selectmen, receives a special permit through the planning board, there's no guarantee that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Cannabis Control Commission, is going to give them a license to operate an establishment in town. So I just want people to be clear that this is a three-step process, and it's not an easy process for anybody. I know that there's a lot of valid concerns, but, so right now, we're at the initial phase of this process, and like Chairman Knox began, we can't pull the plug on this midway. We need to complete this process. And then however that ends up, or wherever we go from there, is to be decided.
Yeah, I have something to say too.
Okay, I just want to, it's along the lines of what Cindy said, and I want to defer to her if I've got this wrong. It's important that if we wanted to say no to one of them, we have to follow
Yes.
our guidelines, because an applicant who felt they were, they were in a yes community and were shot down
Right.
for no good reason, they
Yep.
can appeal to the state.
Yes,
And
exactly.
whatever we do, we don't want to put ourselves in that position.
Right, absolutely.
Now, the point I want to make is, I certainly, after the last 2 weeks, I want to thank the people who contacted me. I've been on the board for 20-something years in different times. I don't think I've had this many contact with people on any one subject than this, and I appreciate that. And look, people made a lot of good points, a lot of just simple questions where I didn't know, wasn't given the chance, wasn't given the opportunity to say yes and no. And this board did, over the last 2 or 3 years, numerous times, I was part of it, did talk about it. We had a hearing with the planning board a year ago in March, and we had the article on town meeting. But even I agree at this point too, that in my opinion, people can debate this, in my opinion, I don't think that we probably gave the townspeople maybe the right thing of going to town meeting and say, although we voted for it statewide, and it was 3,300 to 2,700 back in 15 or 16, that was done. In my opinion, we probably didn't give the people a chance to say, yes, I want it, or no, I don't. Simple as that. And when we did the article, the planning board did the article, and I go to section 173, 194D, and this is where it talks, a lot of people thought that they had no choice. When at that town meeting, it actually talks about limiting, and it says, to limit the overall number of marijuana retailers that may be located within the town to an appropriate amount, which shall not exceed the minimum number of marijuana retailers that are required by the Mass General Law, such and such, to be allowed with the town. Person after person told me that I go to town meeting all the time, and I thought we had no choice. I thought what I was voting for was that we can't have any more than 2, and that was the best we can do. So I understand that, and I'll be the one that'll take part of the blame for that too, that we're in this, it's not a bad situation, but a situation where a lot of people, an awful lot of people, thought that they were voting on something that was different than what maybe could have been offered. And I want to put that out there for discussion with the board before I turn it over to townspeople. Because in this article, nowhere else does it state anything about yes or no, should we have it or not.
Do you want to start, Chase, or?
Again, I mean, I think what we will find is that the board probably has a difference of opinion here. Nonetheless, I very much respect the fact that, well, I'm gonna say I appreciate the fact that the petition that was brought forward was done so in a way that allows us to look at this again in the fall. We have a current process in place that we need to see through by law. When we get to this at town meeting, and I expect we will get to this at town meeting in the fall, I think we'll have a robust debate on that, on whether or not we want these in town. One of the things I want to clarify is what the process would look like if there was hypothetically an article on the floor of town meeting to limit the number of dispensaries. Two things would be true there. First of all, this has got to do with the zoning regulation, and so any applications before the planning board would be grandfathered in under the current, as in today's planning board regs. So let's say that we grant a host community agreement and to two applicants, and two applicants apply for special permits with the planning board. Even if at fall town meeting, we as a community were to decide that we don't want recreational dispensaries, those two would still be operating under the zoning bylaws as they exist today. So we could actually paradoxically be the only community in Littleton who is now a no community with two recreational dispensaries. The second thing for folks to know is that amending zoning bylaw is not a trivial process and would require a 2/3, just as it required a 2/3 majority to implement this. Limiting that from 2 to 1 or limiting it from 2 to 0 would also require a 2/3 majority to implement. So I think we're going to have a robust discussion on this probably when this article comes forward. My sense is that we went round and round on this a lot of times, and I understand that those regulations are dense and somewhat opaque. I'm probably unlikely to change my mind when it comes to the fall town meeting on this regard.
I'll say this, I'll cut to the chase and say I have, just prompts my, as you always say, Chase, cut to the chase and say.
This topic is
Joe,
rife with puns, that's
right,
at least.
That I have no problem putting anything that reflects the will of so many people before the voters at town meeting, but I don't for a second think that the wrong course was followed. We had an overwhelming vote at the ballot. We had numerous meetings with the planning board. We studied and talked this thing to death. It got a 2/3 vote at town meeting, and I've been around long enough. I'm not shocked that when people actually see specific proposals, all of a sudden, for legitimate reasons, they don't like them, and that's fine. And that's part of our process to vet that out. So, I think we are obligated legally to do what we have to with these applicants, and I have no problem revisiting the subject with town meeting voters in whatever form that article may take in the fall, too.
The only question I have for you, you said we decided by ballot.
The town did.
When?
The state election.
State election.
The state elections?
Yeah.
Talking about the state, not talking about Littleton. You were talking-
Littleton's vote in that was overwhelmingly.
It was 33 to 27, if you
Yeah,
want to.
right, that's-
But I guess my point is, a lot of people voted for that.
Yes, but following that, we went to a town meeting, got a 2/3 vote on zoning, so it wasn't.
There was actually 5 votes total before the town at town meeting. Whether it was regarding zoning, whether it was regarding the host community agreement, in some shape or form, marijuana establishments in Littleton has been brought to the town 5 times, and every time it passed. So I don't mean to discredit or, say anything negative about anybody's name who's on this petition, and I, in some respects, I feel if someone was not aware of what was going on when it's been brought to the town 5 times, and there's a communication disconnect somewhere, but as much time as I have to spend on this, there were public hearings, there were Board of Selectmen meetings, there was planning board meetings. There were so many meetings, and this has been going on since like 2016, 17. We didn't just wake up one day and say, hey, we're going to have these establishments in town. This has been going on. So, I regret that there's so much of a disconnect between this issue and members of our community. And I certainly respect your position and whatnot, but I'm a little taken aback because to me, it's been discussed over and over. And I mean, I get it, the state election's one thing, but plenty of people for 4 other town meetings where an article came up relative to this subject, if not specific to it, that it passed by 2/3 vote. To me, that says something, so.
That being said, these proposals still have to stand on their own merits, too.
Right.
So if they don't pass muster, they don't pass muster.
Right.
Well, and I think that's a really important point, particularly for those who are concerned about this, not just those who signed this petition, that we're looking at it for certain criteria. Nothing we do binds the planning board to make any decision whatsoever. So if a particular applicant gets by us, they start from square one with a special permit, the planning board, which carries a remarkable amount of discretion on the planning board side. So the discourse on this will go on even if the Board of Selectmen decides to enter into a host community agreement. And frankly, those people who have specific concerns, I don't want to pass the buck. We're not looking at detailed level plans right now. That's really where it goes to the planning board, and there's going to be yet more meetings, more specifics, more detailed traffic studies, so on and so forth, to really get teased out. So I don't want folks to feel like they're not being heard, they're not being acknowledged, and their concerns are not valid, because they very much are.
Right.
And there's lots of opportunity to incorporate them.
Right.
Anything else? I'll open it up for questions.
I have a comment, if I can.
Name and
Elizabeth Hohenschel, 92 Colonial Drive. I was one of the people that passed this petition around. I'm proud of that. I don't have any I don't want marijuana in our town. I will give first of all, I want to appreciate your time that you've put in it. I know it's exhausting. I've talked to at least 3 of you on this board at length, and I learned a lot from that conversation, and I think that's the key to this petition. Can we learn and educate each other on what we're looking to have? Okay, like even just walking through the step, like what is the process of the state? I can tell you I didn't know that. Now, that's on me to be more participative in the government and to be here and to be active. But I will say that I did go to town meetings and I was part of that vote, and I didn't know or didn't understand for whatever reason exactly what this vote meant in a lot of ways. And I think it was confusing. Like the Massachusetts vote, for instance. Chuck explained to me when I spoke to him about this before the petition came about that 65% of Littleton had voted in favor of it. I voted in favor of marijuana. Did I vote in favor of marijuana because I wanted pot shops? No, I voted because I've seen cancer patients for years now suffer, and I thought, why are we making it so hard? Again, I didn't know all the facts. So that's what I look at this petition for. I look at it like, let's have a good conversation. I voted for you guys to be there to make the decision for what's best on the town, but I still feel it's important that I show up at this meeting and I tell you what my perspective is. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I own it. It's mine. You know, I think that I have a lot of friends in law enforcement that I spoke to, you know, just this presentation tonight, not to isolate it, but this presentation, you're going to make it the police problem. Whether you find an alternative, we have a small police department. They're already on a call-in basis. You're taking time away from their families, you know, to have them call in to do this. Like, I really, and that's where you come in to see the flaws, like you just mentioned. They have to have a foolproof thing. I don't think any of these 3 proposals are foolproof. I think there's holes in all of them, and I trust that you're going to make the decision on the town for that. But again, I'm passionate about it enough to be here to say that I didn't understand the entire process, that I want to understand, and that I will be present, like a lot of us here, and that I personally don't want it. I have 4 young kids. Driving impaired, whether you're, you know, smoking dope or you're drinking alcohol, it's still gonna kill my kid behind a wheel. That's a concern for me, you know, and I, that's where I'm coming from, so that's why the petition was signed, and I hope that we can open it. I know it's been an exhausting conversation, I get it, but I think we have a lot to learn from each other if you can do it in a way that's educating each other and not attacking each other. That would be my spot.
Back.
Yeah, Mike Flanagan, 26 Robinson Road. So a lot of concerns seem about location and traffic, and it seems like those are topics that are not a concern to the board. Is the planning committee here to hear the questions and see the passion?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So is there more people from the planning committee?
I get to represent the planning board tonight, yes.
But 2 members of the planning board did serve, and 2 members of the selectmen on the review committee for all the applicants too.
So the process is board of selectmen on the applicants, and then the location gets selected afterwards.
Right, so just to, it's not that we don't care, or it's not our purview about planning, about parking and traffic and all of that. You know, right, exactly. It's just, you know, our part of the process is specifically defined, especially through the CCC and the RFP process, what we could determine our decision on, and it differs in some regards to what the planning board would use to determine whether or not they wanted to issue a special permit to an applicant as far as parking, traffic, and location.
So
Does that make sense?
The way I hear alternate location, I don't know if that's part of the process, or, you know, I'm kind of surprised the applicants don't have more than one spot, or is that you have to apply for a specific spot for you?
You do, that's part of the CCC, yeah, that's part of the state requirement.
The way I see our role is addressing applications to find incurable problems. So let's suppose someone is applying and they're not financially capitalized enough to be viable, or their location is so fundamentally bad that there's no amount of planning process that it can be cured, that it can be resolved. But beyond that, you know, if they're proposing a sign of a particular type, that's a planning board issue, and the planning board can cure that, can work with the applicant, work with the abutter. You know, adjacent to Robinson Road, right? One of the concerns has been, could there be a fence? What would that fence look like between the commercial property and the residence? We're not going to get involved with that, because if that application goes through, that's something that the planning board is both probably better educated at addressing and frankly has the teeth to address that we don't.
Right.
Thank you.
Steve Swartz, 30 Robinson Road. As the chairman said previously, 173, 194, Section D addressed the limitation, where Section C makes very pointed comments regarding adversely impacting residential areas, neighborhoods, and surrounding businesses. So if there is a decision, who makes the decision as to what an adverse impact actually is, and whether or not it's better for the community or not?
Well, I'll give you the same answer that I just gave the gentleman from Robinson Road. To the extent, in my opinion, to the extent that there are adverse impacts that are curable in the planning board process, then I don't see it as this board's position to address those. That would be the planning board's responsibility. To the extent that there are incurable concerns, then that's on us to determine if it's so severe that there's just, it just wouldn't work.
Right, so can I add to that?
Yeah,
So-
please.
So one of the requirements under the CCC is, as far as location goes, that would be within the purview of the Board of Selectmen. Location can't be within 500 feet of a school or a daycare or a public park. It can't be within 500 feet of a church. It can't be located within a historical district. So those are some of the restrictions that are mandated through the CCC that we could say that would have a detrimental or an adverse effect on the community. Does that help?
Just a follow-up to that?
Sure.
The Baker House?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with the intent of what we were planning to do with the Baker House which would make it a community gathering point with children, people coming in there from schools, etc. So if you allow certain locations within that restriction parameter, then you're going to be limiting, severely limiting what we can do with the Baker House.
For whatever else this
Things we'll have to consider.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to consider that, yeah.
Yeah, please.
Mike Rasmus again, I was talking earlier, but I would suggest a substantive, incurable issue to consider, which is the fact that it's a cash business. So when we say there are going to be some type of rolling effect, policing issues and things like that, right? That was a really good point brought up earlier. And we can go after them to pick up some additional funding. You have no way ever of knowing what their income is because it's a cash business. So you're going to say I want 3% of your revenue. All these businesses that I know out in Denver, they have the protection they have because they can't show that revenue, or otherwise it would be taxable by the federal government. And they can't have that, otherwise it's taxable. So if anybody ever worked as a busboy or a waiter or whatever, you know how you file your taxes, right? You get a certain amount you show, a certain amount you don't show. And so they're not going to show you their revenue. And there's no way you'll ever see it. There's no way you can make this show it. So how do you cure that?
I just would suggest this, Mike. Following the money is always a good place to go, but making a generic dismissal on those grounds is the very sort of thing that they could appeal to the state on, because that could virtually apply to any applicant in any place in the state. However, if we scrutinize the groups that have been in front of us, and some of their financials are not up to snuff, some of them have not been very forthcoming, well, then the money becomes a very specific issue, specific to an applicant, that we could potentially use as a reason to perhaps vote.
If I could touch on one other thing, the state in their wisdom decided that recreational establishments cannot be vertically integrated businesses. And so what happens is that whoever sells to our recreational dispensary, they've got to keep their own books. And so the Cannabis Control Commission now, because there isn't a vertical integration there, can actually follow the money, you know, to the extent that a recreational dispensary is selling their product for a quarter of what everyone else is selling on the books, right? Huge red flag. We've got a real problem there. And the reason that can be tracked is because it's not a vertically integrated business, and just by law. And every one of those entities is going to have to report their own incomes, their own filings, and the pieces can be put together. So there is an amount of recourse.
But the entire industry is that way. So you can't really have anyone to compare to. That's how they're all established already. So while the business in Denver is $2 billion, right? If you're going to go ahead and say, well, they said they're only going to make $5 million. Numbers I worked out already was over $10 million, okay, based on what I'm looking at. So, and the guy next to me had much bigger numbers. But anyway, long story short, maybe they're going to say, okay, we only made 5, they really made 10. 3% of 5 is still a decent amount. I just don't see that as an ethical business and the type of people we want in our town. You know, so.
How did you quantify that?
In the back, there you go. Yep.
Megan Lake, 6 Green Needles. First of all, I just wanted to thank you, Chairman Knox. I too was one of the individuals handing out the petition. I have gone to almost every town meeting since I've lived here. I did not vote for recreational marijuana in the 2016 statewide ballot, but I did vote to allow the 2 shops in Littleton because I was confused. It wasn't explained to me that there was, by a special 2/3 vote, we could either limit to 1, like the town of Leicester did, or ban it entirely, like the surrounding towns of Acton, Concord, Stowe, etc. did. So I didn't know that those were my options, so I thought I'd have to vote for this, otherwise we could have 5, we could have 10. So I admit I didn't study the regulation enough, but I'm just explaining my vote and why I handed out the petition, because I do think there were a lot of us that were confused. My second thing is, it seems that this is hitting Massachusetts quickly, and it's not a vacuum, and stuff is changing. And I know that I emailed you last week a consortium of doctors, addiction specialists, psychiatrists, professors from Mass General, Children's Hospital, Harvard University, Boston University, arguably some of the greatest minds in this, have urged CCC to suspend more licenses until we figure this out. This needs to be looked at as a public health issue. Right now, recreational marijuana is being looked at as a regular commodity. So we have all of these, they are much more an expert than me. I guarantee they're the experts in their field, and they are urging CCC to stop. We need to get a better handle on this. We need to look at this from a public health perspective. So my question to you is, we are a small town. We are comprised largely of families. When you have people from Children's Hospital, when you have people from these things saying, you know what, we have to look at this from a public health perspective and how it's affecting our vulnerable populations, which are our children, doesn't it make sense for us to kind of, as a town, maybe wait and see what CCC has to say with this? I mean, do we need to? We have these applications here, but we also have very, very smart people telling us that, you know what, we need to look at this a little differently in this state, and we don't want to harm our children. So I'm just asking you guys, what's the rush? What's the rush? Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Andrea Mastigan, 15 Boxwood Drive. I voted for the legalization of marijuana because I thought it would help people in need of medical treatment. I've seen, like I said, I've been in the medical field. I've seen it work wonders for the medicine departments. I was not educated enough to know that what my vote was doing was saying, yes, I want it in my backyard. I was not informed, and that is on me, and I do apologize. I am dealing with one child who has addiction problems. He's 14. And what you're suggesting is bringing that back into a situation where it's extremely hard for him. He can get stuff very easily. He can buy vapes, he can buy alcohol, he can buy cigarettes, he can do all sorts of things. It's going to be not a safe situation for our town. I purposely moved out of a city so I could raise my two children in a different and a safer environment and in a small community. I am not looking for more problems. When I brought this up to the 5 people presented to me, they didn't talk about their education goals. They didn't talk about how they were going to stop the kids from getting. It was very generic. I'm looking for, and I don't know if this is the place to talk about it or maybe the 15th, but I'm looking for more hard-concrete, definite, how do we protect these kids and the traffic and the drugs going in and out of this town, if this is truly what's going to happen. What is my safety plan for my children? I have 2. I have one that's 10 and one that's 14.
Diana Manjurian, Stony Stream Lane. So just 2 quick points. If you're surprised that people came back to you and said that they didn't know 5 times this was brought to town meeting and 5 times people were unaware, I'm not surprised. The pamphlet that goes out 2 weeks prior to the town meeting isn't simple enough. You have an article that's very confusing, and sometimes the state of Massachusetts says, here's the article, a yes vote means this, a no vote means this. That's what we need to do. And real simple, you are going to town meeting to vote on licenses that will allow pot shops to come into our town. Here are your options. Maybe that needs to be done. We all get a phone call when pesticides are being put on the high school field. Maybe we should all get a phone call when the hot topic items are happening at town meeting. Secondly, I've listened to quite a few participants proposals to you all, and I hear the same thing. So I'm just gonna quote the women, but it's pretty much the same. They're gonna bolster the quality of life. Pot doesn't bolster the quality of anyone's life. There's going to be a positive impact from us. I don't think we should look at the positive impact. A second resource officer, his salary is gonna be paid for. Why don't we look at the costs that we're going to suffer? 911 is going to be called a lot more. That 3% income that you're gonna all get, we're gonna put on public safety. We are gonna, those women, we're going to provide scholarship funds and drug awareness. Okay, so we're gonna hammer our children from kindergarten on about the evils of drugs. And then what are we gonna do when they're seniors in high school? We're gonna give them a scholarship. And that money is paid for by the people who are smoking or eating or doing drugs. Just the hypocrisy of that. How can you possibly deal with teenage kids with what we're doing here? They also said, maybe we'll sponsor a baseball team. I can't imagine. I'm a softball family. My husband is like a 10-year coach, okay? I have a coach in heaven watching over them, okay? We cannot put a pot shop on the back of our children's youth softball and baseball t-shirts and act like that's not a big deal. Let's say what this is. We're looking for money to the town, and this is not the commodity.
Joel McCarthy, Latimer, 34 Robinson Road. I would echo a lot of what other people would say. One, I just want to thank everyone, all of you, for your time. Sorry, mosquito. I want to address, I felt a little sense of annoyance maybe from a couple of you in terms of the petition and how many people signed it, and I'm sure that is annoying when there is a process and a clear process. I think your website's phenomenal. I started watching some of the videos on it, and so I apologize for not being more informed. But I also looked at some of the numbers in terms of the 2/3 vote, and it wasn't 2/3 of the town, it was 2/3 of the people here, and maybe why more people weren't aware of it. I don't think I'm stupid. I'm sure none of you, or most of you at least, are not stupid. And so I think there's a lot of us that moved to Littleton recently. And so I've been here 4 years. I moved here probably for some of the reasons that you did. We wanted to start a family. We have 2 kids. One of them, yeah, so, sorry, babies make you emotional. I have kids, and now I cry at Twitter. So I'm crying now. But anyway, and so I'm not saying it as an excuse, but maybe an explanation in terms of you have little kids, you have 2, 3, 4 little kids, you're just, maybe your head's in the sand more than what it should be. And so I just question in terms of that vote and how many people were here, because you think 2/3, like, well, 2/3 of the town voted yes. And I'm like, oh, 2/3 of 300 voted yes. Who were those 300 people? And when I look at Robinson Road where I live, I feel like I won the lottery living on that road. There's so many wonderful people there and wonderful families. And when we all got together, and Joe, again, I thank you for coming and talking to some of us. But like, we didn't know. We didn't know. Most of us have young kids and recently moved on the road and lived there, moved there within 4 years or so. And so we just didn't know. And so I apologize for not knowing. But I think other families would have been here, and maybe that's why there's so many names on the signatures, because we weren't informed. And so thank you for your time. And I just want to say again, I respect the process that's in place. I just hope that things can change. Thank you.
Anyone else before we close up?
Can I ask one question? There was a mention about the vote coming up again in the fall, right? But that's the next time we could consider repealing this, I guess?
What, there's a process.
What I'm wondering is there any way to accelerate that if you go through and say, to give everybody another opportunity to talk? Is it actually that late, or is it just you go through the process, and then when the process is complete, you have to wait for the fall? Or can we say, as soon as you get done with whatever the last step is, we can get back in and have a special meeting?
We've got a special meeting 2 nights from tonight, which we regret. But,
complicated answer to that question.
Right, so we're setting the deadline to receive applications Friday, correct?
no more applications are coming in. We have to act on the applications before us, and we're gonna do that on July 15th. And then town meeting in the fall,
Moving that up wouldn't help
Yeah, we'd have to
anything
do a
because
special town
anybody who's in the
meeting.
pipeline now
Yeah.
has to get treated under the current
Nobody else
rules.
can get in after that, before the next meeting. Like after July, you answer them, there's no opportunity for anybody else to get in and.
No, because
No.
we closed the
So it's
application.
closed altogether until the next meeting, which would be.
No.
This period is closed, yeah.
This Friday.
we're not gonna take any more applications after Friday.
At all.
At all.
Until the next town meeting.
No, not just.
No,
period.
I think we have to be very careful what we
It could be
promise
reopened, but
here.
that there's no discussed intent to reopen it.
That's
period.
right. This is something that I think we would want town council
Yeah.
to weigh in on.
It's hard because we, like I said, we decided to be a yes community. You can't just unring the bell midway through the process,
It sounds like,
yeah.
a smaller group voted, right? Not really the whole town. but it's
Yeah,
everybody.
you know, I mean, honestly,
Doing
hearing,
what's best for the town.
Yeah,
That's what
no.
you guys are looking out for, right?
yeah, no,
So,
point well taken, I
come
know.
with another look.
I know,
understand
no.
your process, but-
Yeah, that, we're
don't-
holding to a specific process
And we don't
right
get
now.
to oversee the state law, so we're very conscious of the confines we're in. We know how we can say yes and no, and what those parameters are, and I think we're very mindful of that.
Right,
And to have us become no also, besides going to a town meeting with a 2/3 vote, we also have to have a ballot vote also. There's two parts to that.
it's a,
So you, say in the fall you want to proceed as residents and make sure this gets done, you'd have to go to town meeting, and if you want to get it done right away before the next election, you'd have to call a special election to have one question on, or maybe not to,
Yeah.
maybe they could put it on a different thing, but
Right.
you'd have to have a ballot vote also, so it's two parts to the next part if there's a denial.
yeah. And honestly, I'm just speaking, I think, for myself, I appreciate everybody being here tonight. I have heard what you are saying, and that clearly there was a disconnect with communication, which has been an issue. So certainly, I just want you to know, I think my annoyance is just because I'm tired. I have to be honest with you, this has been a drain as a whole. So if I come off as being annoyed or impatient, I apologize. But that being said, just to echo what the chairman said, we are beholden to a process right now. We can't just simply unring the bell halfway through.
But we
So,
can take your input, and we can
yeah.
process it.
And it hasn't, we are listening, so just wanted to make that clear.
Carrie Winroth, 50 Bruce Street. Just a point of clarification, this 3% that can be collected for mitigation, that is capped at 5 years, correct? So after 5 years of collecting the 3%, you're on your own for any additional charges. That's what I had read out in the
Yeah, I think the HCA only runs out to 5 years, and
Yeah.
then it's renegotiate a whole new HCA, is my understanding.
Just to be clear, never once have we discussed this in terms of money. That's never been a consideration, period. I don't think we've ever estimated it or thought about terms. It's all been in terms of just following the town's will as expressed as by voters. Granted, we might be hearing a different voice of the town tonight and more recently, but it's never been about money.
I guess if I could follow up, real quick. What, would it be the planning board that would be the one concerned about the money?
Oh, no, I mean, if we gave it a license, then it's our job to negotiate a HCA with them, but
Right.
so far, none of the conversation's been anything about that.
I mean, frankly, if we were interested in money, if that was our true objective, our request for proposals or request for, would have said, we want the biggest pot shop that we can possibly fit in town, right? We would want to maximize revenue. We would want to put it in a place that would maximize customer traffic, all of those things. And frankly, it probably wouldn't have said, we have a local preference for folks involved in this community. Every one of the applicants that's come forward has been involved in this community, and we could have courted, to the extent that there is such a thing right now, big pot. They're out there, they exist, and we've been very careful not to do that, because we're trying to fit it into the community. So money's real, and your concern about the expiration of the HCA is valid. But what we're not trying to do is chase the money, especially where the mitigation funds are concerned, because those funds are only available to offset the impacts, right? So bigger means bigger impacts. It's zero sum to the town.
Well, for 5 years, it's zero sum, and then it's.
And then it's another host
Then
community.
Good evening, I'll be brief. Mike Andriolo, 164 A Road. First of all, I know it's a huge commitment. I've done town meeting where I reside, and Board of Selectmen is 100 times more work, and thank you for all you do. It doesn't get noticed, and there's a lot of hours put in by everyone on these towns. I want to confirm, and I believe maybe to educate, it's 2/3 of the town meeting members that are present on the night of the vote is what makes that vote go.
Yes.
So if there's 300 town meeting members, I'm not sure, and only 150 of them show up, you just need 101 people to get that through. And oftentimes, town meeting is all volunteer, people don't show up, they just get voted in because they have.
We actually have open
town meeting.
yes.
Oh, it's open, okay.
It's open to everybody.
Yeah. So I just wanted to just educate on that, or educate myself to confirm. The two things that I wanted you keep in mind for the 160s, are there two proposals right now for 160 A Road in front of you?
There's actually three, because one's on testing.
I don't think, there's two recreational
Two
dispensary
recreation, yeah.
applications.
Yeah.
For 160 Unit 4?
Not uniform.
I don't know if it's.
Abutting units.
But they're mutually exclusive. The two could not be located there simultaneously because of CCC rules. They can't be within 500 feet. They can't be within a certain distance. So there, it would have to be necessarily one or the other.
Okay. And was Valiant involved in the other one too, or just in this one? I heard their name come up tonight.
Just in this one.
Just in this one tonight, okay. And my point was earlier, and I'm not sure what the other cities and towns have and what the other location is, but access into this facility is not directly from a town or state road. It is from the private drive. It's a shared drive with all the members in that business park. And that park was built, I don't know what the zoning is in the front, so I don't want to misspeak, but an industrial park, not a very high-use retail park. The Cherry Stone site is retail, but you could make an argument that it's a very, very low-intensity retail. This is probably going to be along the lines of a Dunkin' Donuts intensity retail, or anything that kind of comes into that park. Just would like the board to consider the fact that they're coming down a private way, a very narrow one at that, and when trucks turn, regardless of the time of day, they need wider swings and angles, and everything will just become busier as time goes on. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind, because it didn't seem that that was addressed at all, and it's going to be, I think, a fairly large concern with egress in and out of it. It's all about egress in and out of the park. It's not a marijuana thing, that's a whole different issue. It's just getting egress, flow of traffic. Someone mentioned a parking lot on New Estate Road where people may loiter. They could be concerned that maybe loitering could happen in the back areas of the industrial park that are not as closely monitored. So I would just appreciate you keeping that in mind. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Any others before we close?
I do have one question.
No, we're right here.
Alicia wants to talk.
12 Long Lake, I just want to echo what Liz and Megan said. I consider myself to be fairly involved. I go to town meeting, I participate in local elections as much as I can, and I found this to be very confusing. And when I looked at what other towns did, it seemed much more cut and dried. A lot of surrounding communities gave the citizens a very clear, yes will mean this, no will mean this, and I don't feel like we had that opportunity to vote as clearly, and I would love to be able to do that at town meeting if we can. So thank you for allowing us to have this conversation tonight.
All right, we're going to end it there. I want to thank you all for coming. we know what the subject is, and this board will be making decisions on the 15th, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Come every meeting, we enjoy the company, even if it's not exciting.
The field, Madam Mayor, like the Kirkwood Field, considering the school has programs and games there and things like that, not considered an extension of the school?
Park.
It's a park, but it's outside of the, it's outside of the radius.
It's past the 500 feet.
Still outside 500 feet? All right, I'll find something.
Keep working on it, Mike.
I can't believe that.
I know, right? I'm gonna recommend a couple of things.
Just give me the gavel. If you're gonna have a conversation, take it outside. We have a meeting that's still going on. Thank you. And for the people who are still here, I have to exit. I was supposed to be someplace at 9:15, so the vice chair is gonna take over and I'll scoot out.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm gonna suggest a couple of things to move things along, because
Sure.
Chuck had to leave too.
Right.
Our next item on goals, Cindy, you and Joe got yours in, Chuck and mine are both in this form right now. I thank Nina, that was terrific getting all the
Actually, a
department
majority of our board is delinquent, so.
You too, all right. But we discussed before, and maybe this is the proper topic to base it on, having one of our occasional informal meetings, especially now that we have Nina on board and schedules a dinner meeting sometime in the next few weeks and do it specifically on goals.
Right, so we had a discussion whether we wanted to do specifically on goals or if we wanted to bring in a facilitator again like we did a couple years ago.
Yeah, well, I'd rather have a waiter than a facilitator.
I'll sign this
So,
tomorrow.
Sure. We don't even, I'm sorry.
That's like a
They'll probably
marriage
be-
counselor.
They'll
That
probably be
doesn't work for me.
passed through, and majority's fine, so we're okay, if that's all right with you.
I mean, I don't think it would hurt to do both.
In retrospect, I think we got more value, I personally got more value out of the meetings when we didn't have a, MC there.
Right.
People, sorry.
That's all right. Chase, any thoughts on that?
I don't want to get in the middle of this little discussion. I'm.
We have to, we get three
Right,
people.
I know, right? I'm looking around for backup here. I could go either way. I do like the idea of having a dedicated session to discuss goals. I liked the mediators. I'm gonna try and have my cake and eat it too here. I liked the structure of the mediator, but I think that got boring after a while and became ineffective. If we could have some of that structure very specific to goals with more of the informal, just batting ideas back and forth. I think that's probably where
It'd
the
be more
sweet spot is. But I'm game for
Well, I
whatever.
think one prerequisite is that you, I, and Chuck all get our goals in and writing.
Yeah, nonetheless, we
as,
still have
as
to write.
Cindy and Joe have already done.
I think in the essence of consideration of time, it would be a quicker process if we did have the, what do we call it, a retreat, to discuss goals and not have the facilitator there because it's gonna take time to find a facilitator, schedule a facilitator. Meanwhile, we could just, schedule this for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And depending upon the board's, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right.
I was just gonna say, depending upon the board's interest, we can set parameters around it. We can set timing in which we wish to get done so that we are efficient with our
Yeah, we
choice
can
of, and, I can try to, I've certainly facilitated many other discussions before and be glad to facilitate this if that's the will of the board, and ask questions, perhaps the hard questions. I'm sure you'll ask them of one another too, but, obviously want to be in that mix as well and ask those questions, do we have the resources to perform the goals we want to perform? Do we need more resources to take it on? Those types of things.
Right.
Well, I think the intent, of course, is to have you as much a part of the discussion as the board members.
Right. Okay, so why don't we move forward with that?
Scheduling is the biggest.
The scheduling is the
hurdle.
biggest thing.
The three of us get to dictate it to our colleagues.
Right.
We're not gonna be able to get that accomplished tonight, I don't think.
No, we won't, but we'll post it, we'll go through all the.
Yeah,
the
and we
regular
can circulate
requirements.
dates and places.
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll arrange it that way, but.
we did El Forno once, we did Taco once. It's
Right.
open to the public, you can come, nobody ever
Yeah,
comes.
we post it, and everyone's more than welcome to attend, so.
I'll work with Joe on logistics on scheduling, I suppose, is
Okay.
probably the best thing.
That's
All right, excellent. Okay, update and review of Selectmen's policies and regulations, post the intern position.
I had one thought, Cindy. I mean, I'm all for going forward in this,
Yeah.
and the topic itself is very meaty, and we've discussed it at some points. But as far as the intern goes, I think the days of getting free interns is now frowned upon now.
Right.
I almost think that if we had somebody for 20 hours a week, 10 weeks of the summer, and paid them $15 an hour, that's $3,000 we can find somewhere, and you're gonna have a college a good college, much more willing to find you a good student to do that than if you say, get somebody to come work for free all
Right,
summer.
no, and I agree 100%. Nina was gonna reach out to,
The MMA,
Yeah.
they have a scholarship that I actually received a number of years ago myself, that's $2,000 if I recall correctly, and I have spoken with the MMA, it's specifically through the Mass Municipal Managers Association, the triple MA, if you will, and I need to go through a number of different steps. I'm not sure if it's a viable option or not at this stage, but it seems that there's a couple more steps that I need to go through to determine whether it's a viable addition to this concept. And perhaps that will be available or known by the time we set a deadline for applications. Perhaps it will be, the answer will be no, it doesn't work, it's not a match. I'm not sure.
But can we, on a parallel track, just,
post it.
you know, we'll check with the number of colleges too.
Oh, certainly, in terms of,
Finding somebody, we need to get, if we're gonna do it, we need to do it.
oh, certainly,
Sooner
yeah,
rather
yeah.
than
My understanding, and I spoke with Ann Essman, our Human Resources Administrator, is we have an access point to post these types of positions with various colleges and universities, so we would be certainly posting it there. I think the question, I'm not sure if you're asking this, is whether or not we attribute it to a paid position at this stage.
That was my offer. I just think it's it's the way these things are done mostly these days, and I think we could, you know, spending a couple of $2,000 to $3,000 on this is a lot, will pay itself off a lot better than hoping for the best with a freebie.
Yeah, I agree.
I can certainly look into resources as to whether or not we have the.
Reserve fund transfer, something
We
like
could
that.
certainly do that, if that's what, I mean, perhaps if the board wished to do a reserve fund transfer, now would be the most appropriate place to show your support for a reserve fund transfer request.
You know, it's a nice way for teeing it up for the Bakers project, because we're gonna be looking for a couple of them in about 10 minutes too.
Any thoughts on that, Chase?
What I don't want this to do is take too much time away from what Anthony and Nina are doing. I want it to be productive, but if what we're doing is hiring someone that then requires a week's worth of Nina's time to make worth a damn, then we've lost a lot of money in that process. So, same with the scholarship. I would rather just pay someone than chase down a scholarship that's gonna take 2 days of Nina or Anthony's time to make happen. You know, I don't know.
Understand.
If it's a
I
half-hour phone call and like, hey, someone we like, apply for this, please do those responsible
Yep.
things. But look at it in its totality. Other than that, I think this is an admirable goal.
The other way it could fall apart is you hire someone and they end up just filling in everybody's phone when somebody's on vacation, not doing what you hired them for. We gotta make sure that.
Yeah,
doesn't happen.
absolutely. It needs some kind of guidance and.
I don't think that, I mean, that, from my perspective, that won't be the issue. If we've identified what the job is and the task is, that individual will be solely tasked to that matter.
So how we go, I'm indifferent to how we go about doing that. If the sum we're talking about, worst case scenario, is a few $1,000s, reserve fund transfer sounds like a reasonable approach to me to give Nina and Anthony all the room that they need to maneuver.
So hearing somewhat of a consensus, I would suggest that the board move to vote to advertise the position of the internship for the review of policies and procedures of the Board of Selectmen in Town of Littleton towards an effort to reorganize the content to establish continuity and clarity on such matters and also seek a $3,000 reserve fund transfer from the Finance Committee towards this goal.
So
That's fine. Are we okay with the language vote to advertise? I'm not sure this needs to be advertised in the newspaper, but is that broad enough term to encompass the other means? Fine. Second.
Okay, so it's been moved by town, did you move it?
I moved it.
Chase Gerbeck, seconded by Paul Glavy. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, good. All right, done. So now we're on to the Baker
I would
House.
add this, the last people that were responsible for the policies project were you and I, so
Yes.
maybe we should stay committed to bird dogging that so it doesn't completely fall into
Oh,
your lap.
absolutely, yeah.
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 Sure, I mean, the way that we set up the intern position, and I believe it was in your packet, was that we would identify perhaps one Board of Selectmen member, so I'm glad you brought that up. Is there one Board of Selectmen member that we wish to outline tonight to work with myself or my designee, perhaps, on this subject?
Well, I think it should be either Paul or I.
I think it can be alternative.
Chase is holding up paperwork in front of his face, so I don't think there's a concern.
Just because
we've been working on it for the
we're familiar with
past year.
topics,
and,
yeah,
It'll be one or the other. It's not-
However
we're,
you
we're
like.
not gonna be hanging out in your office anyway,
Oh,
so,
no, it doesn't matter, but
Yeah.
you, please pick amongst yourselves. I don't want to be put in the position to
Yeah,
pick,
so
so.
we'll tag team on it.
That's right.
Yeah, it'll be,
Okay.
yeah, I think that will work out.
Either before or after we do the Baker House, could we take item 11A out of order, please? I do see the fire chief here with us as well. I'm indifferent to whether it's before or after. I just recognize there might be some more discussion with the Baker House.
11A.
Yes. The deputy fire chief's amendment.
Okay, perfect. So this is on Deputy Clancy's contract update?
Yes.
So his chief is here.
And I would say that, out of
what's
fairness
here.
to the chief, I did tell him that if he wished not to stay, that I'd be the first to admit that I told him he could go and he didn't have to attend this evening. So I will just introduce this item, and if there are any questions, we can certainly invite the chief up.
Okay.
But ultimately, this is a contract amendment, which is in line somewhat with what we've done, as I understand it, every year, where employees with agreements, such as our deputy fire chiefs, we go through a process to amend the employment agreement by extending their contract for another year and increasing the position by a step upon a favorable performance review. The fire chief informs me that there has been a favorable performance review. Obviously, I recognize that this is independent of the review of Deputy Chief Tom Clancy's employment agreement altogether, which is currently under review by the board. So barring any further questions, we do have a motion prepared and are prepared for the board to take it if you don't have any additional requests.
Any questions or comments on that?
You were involved with the review.
I haven't been involved in Tom's, just not enough bandwidth, so Joe led the charge on that, so. I mean, as is anyway, this is just kicking the
Right.
can down the road so that he's not backed into a corner come
Right,
July
right.
with nothing.
Okay. You want a motion then?
I was gonna ask the chief.
Anything to add to it?
No, just like Chase just said, this
Okay.
at least continues his agreement so that he can get his next step in July.
Okay.
And his position is still being discussed.
Okay, perfect.
I'll move that the Board of Selectmen vote to enter into the Fourth Amendment to the employment agreement between the town of Littleton and Deputy Chief, I got confused when I saw this in the packet, Deputy Chief George T. Clancy, which provides for another one-year contract and increases him to the next step on grade 12.
Second.
A motion was made by Selectman Gerbig, seconded by Selectman Glavy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, excellent.
I'm gonna start calling him George.
Thank you.
I actually opened up to the first page, I was like,
Don't do that.
who is this guy?
Then I'll get in trouble if you do that.
We have a George Clancy in town too. Good guy.
All right, so now we're on to item number 9, the Baker House update. Looking forward to this presentation.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. This won't be long. It's a short presentation. It's late. We're all tired. I'm Linda Stein. I'm on the Historical Commission and a member of the town's ad hoc committee for the 12 Robinson Road House. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So as you all know, the house was purchased by the town using CPC funds at town meeting, at the May town meeting, 2018, I guess it was 19? 18, right. The house first appeared on maps in 1830. However, the way the building is built, a number of experts and townspeople think that it was built before 1830, probably as early as 1750, and then maybe one or two other phases after that. The site is currently zoned commercial. There is a beam in the attic that says built in 1673 by SP. A number of people think that that beam was taken from another house and used in the construction of the Baker House, so there is some discrepancy about exactly when it was built, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. Next slide. The ad hoc committee for the 12 Robinson Road was formed at a Littleton Board of Selectmen meeting on February 11th. The members are Paul Glavy from the Board of Selectmen, Ed Mullen from the PMBC and the Planning Board, Carolyn Mueller from the Community Preservation Committee, and myself and Rachel Robinson from the Historical Commission. The committee was tasked with forming a plan for use of the house. So a couple of things that we'd like to do first, like this summer, is apply for National Register status to the National Register of Historic Places. And that's important because, first of all, it highlights the significance of the property, but importantly, National Register status is also required for some grants, and so that's an important thing. Not for all grants, but for some grants. And before we would apply, put in that application, we would also like to do dendrochronology or dendroarchaeology, which is taking samples of the wood in various parts of the house to get a firm date of when the house was constructed. And the reason that's important is because the National Register of Historic Places wants a firm date of construction. They don't want some vague sense of when it was constructed. So we're proposing this summer to do dendrochronology. We have a cost estimate in by an expert in that, and that would be $3,000. And then we would also hire a historic preservation consultant to prepare and submit the National Register application, and that's another $3,000.
These are the reserve fund transfer requests I was presenting.
Right, and so my next statement was going to be, we'd like to request from the town to pay for those two items. At the bottom of this slide is a photo of that beam in the attic that says built in 1673 by SP. So assuming that we would get National Register status, which we hope we would, assuming we get that after, we would then start applying for grants that do require National Register status. And we could start that as soon as we get that status. In the meantime, though, before we get that, as I mentioned, there are other grants we could apply for, such as construction and planning grants, and those don't necessarily require that status. Some of the grants we would apply for include from the Massachusetts Historical Commission, the National Endowment for the Humanities, National Trust for Historic Preservation, Institute of Museum and Library Services, and possibly some USDA grants that include museums and small businesses. It's important to note that many grants are available only to municipalities and nonprofits, not to for-profit businesses. Next slide, please.
Somehow that's not cooperating.
Oh,
there we go. Oh, no, sorry.
That's all right.
Uh-huh.
So the subcommittee recommends that the town pursue public use first And if this doesn't work out, then the town could sell the property to a private owner. The site is 0.84 acres, 12 Robinson Road, and it's within easy walking distance to the Littleton Town Common, positioning the house to be a key feature for revitalization of the town common. And it's well within the scope of the master plan, both to preserve the historic character of the town and to revitalize the common. It could be a potential space for community activities, socializing, and education. This is actually an opportunity for the town to offer more public activities and events in town, and especially in the town common area. This could be a good spot for a local nonprofit or business that would enhance the atmosphere of downtown Littleton and draw visitors from other communities as well.
Linda, can I interrupt you for a second? So you said the subcommittee's recommendation is to pursue public use first.
Yes.
Any sense from the subcommittee, formal sense from the subcommittee on timelines? You know,
Yes.
how long do we try and make public
Yes,
use work?
that's the last slide.
Oh, I'm
There's
sorry.
only a few more slides, and then that's the last
I
slide.
didn't get all the way to the end of my packet,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
It's coming very soon.
Very good, okay.
So, as you all probably know, the building was purchased by the town with the requirement that a historic preservation deed restriction be placed on it in perpetuity to preserve its historic character, regardless of who owns it, whether it's leased or bought by another entity. The town council's office has been working with the historical commission to develop the deed restriction language. We've done quite a bit of work on the language for the deed restriction, but my understanding in terms of finalizing the language from town council's office is that we have to wait until we know who the user will be, because the language would be different if it's a leasee, renter, or a new owner. So we're working on that.
But
Next
as long
slide.
as we own it, it's really not an issue.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. Until we decide to lease it or whatever.
Is it an issue in terms of applying for status as a National Historic Registry?
No, because the town just owns it right now, so it's not an issue. Integrity of the building, the house is stable based on the building inspector's report. However, we do know that it needs certain things. What we're focusing on first are the things that need to be fixed immediately. A new roof. We will be applying for CPC funds over the summer, and we will bring that to town, assuming that gets approved by the CPC, we would bring it to town meeting in the fall, hopefully for approval, and we would get the roof done in the fall.
Ed, we should give kudos here, did I think a thorough job, Ed Mullen, in assessing the building top to bottom, and as long as we own it, we have to fix the roof. And even if there's a potential buyer a year away in the private sector, we risk ruining the whole thing if we don't do that amount of work. So that's the major expense we're suggesting we do on our own, as we begin the process to pursue some of these other things.
And again, we're hoping that would come out of CPC funds, not town funds. Some other things are securing the building. As we know, there's been a couple of issues with break-ins recently, so we need to secure the building. Pest control should happen based on both Ed's look at the building and the building inspector who is in there. And these are things, I think they would be small ticket items, and we don't have the cost yet. We're looking into the cost, but we would ask the town to cover those as well.
Of the...
Not the roof.
Right, of
Just
the
the
pest
pest
related,
control
yeah.
and the securing the building. Next slide, yeah. So viable options, some proposed uses could include any one or a combination of the following ideas. Cafe for morning and afternoon coffee, tea, pastry, snacks. We've heard from a number of people about this, and every time we mention this possibility, people are very excited in town. So it's got a lot of support to make at least part of the building a cafe.
Yeah, we might go out looking for a museum that has a coffee shop, but the public demand might be for a coffee shop that has a museum.
Whatever can keep the building going, right?
Right, that would be a source of income, right. Another possibility is a history museum with hands-on activities, butter churning, well water retrieval, candle making, cooking, all kinds of other activities. An art gallery, gift shop, venue for special events, business meetings, retreats, weddings, concerts, Easter egg hunts, and some of these activities could cover some of the operating expenses.
Worth reminding folks, I suppose, that there's the structure of its house, which is essentially 4/4, is that what it is? And then a breezeway, and then the barn, and then the outbuilding in the back, right? So there are a number of different sites for housing some of these activities.
And it's a large, flat outdoor area as well, if the weather's nice.
Right.
We'll go back one more. So we would be putting out, or the town would be putting out RFPs for these or other uses, potential uses of the site.
And I think, well, you're about to get into timeline, I'll let you
Yeah.
speak to that, but
Yeah.
they kind of integrate for a variety of reasons.
Yes, next slide. So this is the last slide. Chase, here's the timeline.
I skipped ahead.
So as I mentioned, things that we would like to pursue over the summer, that would be the first things we would like to do is a new roof with CPC funding. We would like to do dendrochronology or dendroarchaeology in the National Register application.
Which is traditionally a slow process from what we've heard, right?
The National Register application can take a while. The hang-up seems to be, we could have our consultant submit it right away, like quickly. But the Mass Historical Commission, it has to be approved, it has to be approved at the state level by the Mass Historical Commission, and we have heard that they can take a while.
But we hope we can impact that process.
Right.
But we do, and this is a prerequisite for accessing the Mass Historic funds, at least the more general ones, which I think they've been awarding in, what is it, February, March, generally, and it's been the range over the past few years of towns have got, it's in the range of about $50,000 or so. So it's worth obviously pursuing that, but you gotta have this National Register status in order to be eligible for it.
Right, right. So those would be over the summer. And also over the summer, we could start looking into and applying for some other grants that don't necessarily require National Register status. So over the next year, beyond that, there will be additional repairs and renovations needed on the house, and we will be reviewing these needs over the next few months based on the building inspector's report. And construction and planning grants can cover some of those types, some of the work on some of the structural work on the house. So, and we can go ahead and start looking into some of those grants right away. We will research and apply for other grants, including state, federal, private foundation grants, and depending on application deadlines, we don't know when exactly the deadlines are, but we would apply by each
But
of
at
those
least
deadlines.
using the Mass Historic as a benchmark, we'd probably know that one by March of next year, which would put us in a position to know what else we could put into the building before we put it out for an RFP. So that's kind of our.
Right.
I think the application deadline is actually March. I think the awards happen later.
Yeah, I think the application
Okay.
might be March. I think that might be correct.
Thank you. Get that somebody here.
We would also hold public meetings to get input on what people would like the property to be used for. And we could start writing, or whoever, a group in town could start writing the RFP for prospective occupants. And so we're hoping in about a year's time, we would like to issue an RFP, review the RFP proposals submitted, and initiate the lease or sale of the property.
And we know that at least there's one outfit that is hoping to put together a response to an RFP. And now that if we get in closer to adopting that process formally, then Rachel might start backing off of our working group's activities. And I know you've had some conversation with her about that. Wouldn't be exclusive, but at least her work to date has shown us the viability of what a reuse of the building could entail. And I think we owe it to ourselves in the town to give that process one shot, and at least one shot. But it's going to take us a full year to get to a position where we can go out on that. So if we're in a position a year from now where we know where we stand with grants, we've done a certain number of repair jobs to the building, mostly funded, hopefully with either CPC or grant monies, then we do our RFP and, for a not-for-profit use, attracting some public access to the property, hopefully for historic, but also for, just for leisure activities, then, give that process time from initiating an RFP now till taking delivery on it, interviewing folks next summer, and if we're not in a position to, to find someone that's a good match, well, we can always at that point slap the restriction on it and sell it privately.
Right, right. Are there any plans to fundraise money?
Yeah, well, besides grants, well, it would depend on who's leasing the building, and they would do the fundraising.
So the Historical Commission wouldn't want to do any fundraising events?
I think it depends, I'd be open to it.
Yeah, I'm just curious, I know sometimes with my experience, especially if you're going to apply for a grant or funding, it kind of gives you some leverage sometimes if you say, hey, we've already raised X amount of dollars for this.
It is very much a part of the plan, the business plan for the folks that are looking to respond, at least one of the outfits that's looking to respond to the RFP.
Okay.
So rather than coming from the town doing the fundraising,
Yeah.
somebody who's looking to use the building is intending to do fundraising.
Okay. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It's just a thought.
No, it's not like the idea hasn't come up. It's just that's
Yeah.
the direction it's going to be coming from. Is
Okay.
people who are looking to use the building are looking at it as how much revenue we're going to get out of it. Not much. How much costs are involved? A whole lot. So you got to do some fundraising somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I know as far as the National Historic Register status, I think Meeting House Road, Anna, the house that Tiernans used to own, they went through that process.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, really, Carolyn might know more about this, that was pretty lengthy.
It was, and I would also offer up that Paul Tiernan is around the 20 Meeting House Roadhouse a lot in these next few weeks, so he might be a good resource.
Okay.
Could certainly put you in touch with him.
Right, great. I think it's.
Because he had the disadvantage of having a private home. The town owns the building, which theoretically should be to our advantage in the approval process, but we'll see. I mean,
Some of the work has been done too.
Right.
The historic consultant the commission had doing the inventory, did a report on it, so she's ahead of the game.
Mhm.
So that's why it's only $3,000 too, because she's already done half of the work.
Oh, great, good. Chase, did you have any comments or questions?
Nothing particularly substantive, just a couple things to point out, like we should make sure to touch base with Chris Stoddard or whoever is taking care of the grounds to make sure that they know they're getting signed up for this. It's fallen on somebody's shoulders, I don't know whose exactly.
It's been kind of bird dogging that for us, but I don't know. I haven't mowed the lawn, I know that.
Right. No, otherwise, I mean, I like this plan. I like the aspiration to keep it in the town's hands and to try and achieve the objectives that would most benefit the town. But in a year's time or 18 months' time, if we have to cut it off.
It can't realistically happen quicker than that, I think is the honest answer we're gonna give you. Is there a likelihood that we're gonna get a decent proposal? I'd say there probably is, maybe a couple if we're lucky. But if there isn't, there's always there's an escape route on here too.
And we've said it a bunch of times, and I'm gonna say it again. I consider this to be a win. If we bought the house, we put some money into the house, and then we sell it for a nominal sum, that's still a win.
Yeah.
And I think we will have a challenge, helping the public understand that.
Right.
Those are my only comments that are substantive.
Great. So is the working group seeking a the support of the board for a reserve fund transfer in
Yes.
the amount of $6,000.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be appropriate to two separate ones or whether to lump it together, however that.
I think you can lump it together in case one's $100
Right.
less and the other one's $100
It was my
more.
veteran advice that, we're closing in on the last 2 weeks of a fiscal year. This is the time to get to the reserve fund before they clean it out.
It's a good thing you got an operator working with you here.
Okay.
That's my motion, yes.
Okay, that's your motion?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Yeah, I don't know what fiscal year it's gonna fall into,
Okay.
but for the
All right,
record,
so-
but we'll make the request.
So, motion by Selectman Glavy is stated, seconded by Selectman Gerbig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
And we'll give a status report probably again in early fall, something like that. That makes sense.
Thank you. Nice work. Be nice to turn it into something.
Yes.
I'm going to jump right into the master plan thing. So, super quick update. What Master Plan Implementation Committee is doing is we're 18 months or so into the implementation of the master plan. We have two objectives right now. One is to take stock of sort of what has done.
So, I'm sorry, excuse me. Sorry,
Oh,
Laura.
oh.
Excuse me. Excuse
Hey.
me.
Sorry.
We're still meeting here.
I
okay?
realize you're
We're
looking at
still-
the map, but could I ask that you folks enter the hallway because we're trying to
Sorry.
continue
We're
our
still
meeting.
meeting, sorry.
I thought we were finishing.
Yeah.
I know.
If only.
We wish. But we'll make this quick. So we have two objectives. One is to take stock of what we've accomplished with respect to the master plan. The other is to develop the communication mechanism that we would like to set the stage for subsequent events like this, where we're taking stock, where the previous master plan failed as it was never implemented, or it was never deliberately implemented, or it was poorly communicated. And we're trying to solve that poorly communicated piece. So what we're going to do is look at the themes of the master plan and essentially develop short cut sheets, if you will, 1, maybe 2 pages. Here's what the town has done over the last 18 months. Here's sort of where they're going to the best, as best we can figure. Here are the challenges that we might have. But something very easily digestible for the public to understand, and not necessarily release each of them in just a big binder, but rather once every few weeks, and sort of in the run-up to the fall town meeting. Okay, here's the one on the common, right? The common was a theme. Well, what have we done? We've done this with respect to the sewer. We've done this with respect to the Baker House, which is in the common. Try and put those pieces together. So, Mike Fontanella and I are leading the charge on developing a couple of templates for a couple of themes, and then come the fall, we'll hope to be able to roll the rest of those out. The other thing that we want to do in order to facilitate that is, and this, I don't know if I'm asking or telling, but we'd like to communicate with each of our boards and committees and so on to essentially send them the 50 some odd goals from the master plan and say, hey guys, could you spend a few minutes at a meeting, take a look at these and let us know, like, what have you done on these that maybe we missed? Yeah, we know we bought the Baker House, but what else has the Historic Commission done that is consistent with these? And it's also a really useful way to say, hey guys, remember that master plan thing?
Right.
Look, could you look at that again? Like,
Yeah,
maybe
that's a
there's some
good
other
idea.
stuff on here. So
Yeah.
without hitting them over the head and saying, read this again, you're doing this, it's kind of our objective, but we also want to be productive and perhaps cordial. We'll see if that works. And maybe a year from now we go, we just need to hit them over the head.
Right. I think that's a great idea.
So what I intend to do is draft something up to send to each of our boards, commissions, committees, et cetera, and say, here's the attachment. What things have you done? We would love to come in and talk to you as a member of the Master Plan Implementation Committee, but we're not going to cram it down your throat.
Right. So just one thing to add on to that is part of the whole reappointment process, the notices that Nina's been handing to the various boards and committees, we've asked them all to give us an update on their goals by August 1st.
Okay.
Back
Wow.
to so that could tie into what the master plan.
That's perfect. Yeah, that really fits
We could
nicely if they're
probably do a
thinking about their
compare-
goals.
Yeah, and maybe sit down and do some sort of comparison, or just try to filter all that information if you want to give a deadline maybe of the same date?
Same date, there you go. We know you're already working on your goals.
Yeah, exactly. I want to tie it together, right? We know you're
Right.
working on your goals. Here are the town's goals.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly, and then that.
you're working on these, right?
Right, exactly. So that's a nice reminder to them.
Okay,
think
I like
they
that.
might- Yeah,
I think that'll be good.
good.
So anyway, that's the master plan implementation committee.
Right, great.
You mean we're gonna be discussing this topic and Mike doesn't even get a chance to speak?
I told Cindy that I was just gonna carry it and I was gonna keep us under 11 o'clock.
All right.
If Mike started talking, it'd be 11:15.
Well, I can help that again
Let's be
too.
fair, Shane.
Before he left,
11:30?
Chuck asked, and I actually agree with, I think we ought to discuss a little bit the facilities manager position, since it's new, before we act or appoint anybody to that, Madam Chair, so just would ask that we put that off to the next meeting.
Certainly.
Oh, but we've been spending that money for 6 months on Lord knows what.
Have we? Well,
The positions in the budget for
yeah, it's the second.
this
second
year, yeah.
Right, right.
I presume we're spending that money somewhere.
Well, no, I think it just goes back into,
Well, back
unless
into
somebody's
free
more clever than we are, it goes back into the,
Okay. So that's item 11, we took care of 11A.
well, we took care of part of it, yeah.
Yep, so now we have 11C, Littleton Ridge.
Yes, we have a transaction that's proposed by the current owner of 1C Hannah Dodge Road and the procedures that they must go through to transact that affordable unit to another affordable eligible unit property owner. And at this time, I think it's fairly administrative that the board vote to sign a compliance certificate to facilitate the transfer of the property to the new owner, maintaining the affordable status of the unit.
That place has been a mess.
Not familiar with that one.
That's,
I feel qualified to-
DeShane's place off of Beaverbrook Road there.
Oh,
I think that's the one, Littleton Ridge, and that, you're in Westford, basically.
that's under the jurisdiction of the Housing Authority, I assume?
Well, I don't know, I mean, there are affordable units in there, but
Right.
whether or not the Housing Authority was assigned the management of those units, I don't know. Don't remember.
Compliance certificate.
Yeah, they went through a change of ownership because it was, created
Oh,
financially,
it's
I
from
think.
Lauren, okay. Didn't look at this.
Like I said, I didn't get to the end of my
I didn't
packet.
either.
This one actually came in,
Yeah, where did it come in from? Nina?
well, it came in, I know it came in a week and a half ago or so, and they were seeking a signature, they were telling the town that the closing was occurring soon. We said, we're sorry, but this can't occur until the next Board of Selectmen's meeting, when this would actually take place. These are generally standard templates that were developed.
I'm just looking to see what law office's name is at the end of it, 'cause it might be who I think it is.
Well, it is, I think it's Littleton Ridge Estates. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, LLC.
Is that who we think it is, Cindy?
Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to read through this for 1 second.
Kate Race is still instead of Housing, Department of Housing and Human Development, is it? I don't know, the whole thing. It's been there forever.
And the recording of this, hold on a second.
I don't know, abundance of caution, do you think we should be running this by council? Or at
Yeah, the
least-
recording of the new deed rider executed by the purchaser, more fully prescribed in paragraph 5, and the recording of this compliance certificate, the rights, restrictions, agreements, and covenants contained in the existing deed rider shall be null and void.
Okay, so a little background from Maren is the Littleton Ridge Development Proposal was approved by the town in 2008 under the 40B, I'm sure you know this, but I'm just reading aloud. 40B Local Initiative Program. The Selectmen, working with the developer and the Department of Housing and Community Development, approved a regulatory agreement and deed rider for the affordable units within this development. This is the process to assure that the affordable units remain affordable in perpetuity. Earlier this year, the owners notified DHCD that they were interested in selling. DHCD named a real sale agent who conducted a fair housing marketing program. Avi Glazer of Omega Ventures provided marketing information that we posted in Town Hall to assist outreach efforts in finding a buyer, and a new buyer was found. In order to maintain the affordability restrictions, the Board of Selectmen is asked to sign the compliance certificate to facilitate the transfer of the property to the new owner. A lot of what you already had discussed, but just wanted to read
I
that.
think the new owner might even be the third owner at this point. It's not the original developer.
As far as law offices, I have. and
I
I'm
just
not
would
gonna
like to
get
see
this
the
right.
existing deed rider that will now be null and void. I'm not seeing that provided. Because wouldn't the existing deed rider be the affordability component? One would assume.
I can't speak to that, but I can tell you who the attorney appears to be based on emails.
That's Kathy Padnott, is that
That's
the
right.
one?
Mhm.
Yeah, but that's for the current folks, right? You wouldn't have any history in this one necessarily,
No, right.
but the name.
We don't have we don't have the complete deed. We don't have the rider. Do we have to do this tonight?
Well, at this point, we're signing a certificate of compliance, which is a two-page, I think the answer to your question, Selectman Napoli, is yes. I would encourage the board to move forward with this tonight, because otherwise, barring setting a special meeting, we could somehow hold up this process. And we are ultimately signing a two-page document. We're not signing the deed rider itself. We're signing a compliance certificate.
Any way to squeak it in on Wednesday?
Well, how about this? We vote to authorize signing it pending council's review tomorrow. If it's
Yeah.
okay with that, then Joe can sign for the board.
Yeah.
You okay
That's
with that?
perfectly fine
Yeah,
with
that's
me, yeah.
perfect. Okay.
This is so far over my head.
That language just caught my eye, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Then I would move that the Board of Selectmen vote to sign the compliance certificate, subject to review by town council. Maybe I should put that at the end. Anyway, to facilitate the transfer of the property to the new owner, maintaining the affordable status of the unit.
Second.
Right, motion made by Selectman Gerbig, seconded by Selectman Glady. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And what else?
Okay, revised intermunicipal agreement with Boxborough for animal control officer.
Yeah, I saw that. What's going on here?
The reversion that we had inadvertently that was transferred to the town of Littleton by Boxborough was not the most up-to-date version. So we now have the most up-to-date version, and the cost is approximately, it's slightly over, I don't recall exactly what the percentage is, but it's over 3% and under 4% over the last year's costs. And it's in line with the prior year increase, and I have an outline of detailing the reasons for the increase if the board's interested.
But we're talking 3% on $15,000 or?
27,000.
27.
Yep. A motion is prepared and.
Yep. I would move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to MGL Chapter 40, Section 4A, to authorize execution of an intermunicipal agreement, the town of Boxborough for provision by Boxborough of animal control officer services to Littleton with a term for July 1, 2019 to July 30, 2020, at a cost of $27,633.
Second, and everybody's happy on both sides, as far as we know?
As far as we know, yep.
Okay. So motion's been made by Selectman Gerbig, seconded by Selectman Glady. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I did not print out a copy of this, so I will have to circulate that another time.
You want to just use my copy? You did print out a copy. You printed one out for me.
That's wonderful. Yes, that would be great. Hey, one copy's better than
Exactly.
not. That's just, go ahead and sign away. Please, that's great.
All right. And so,
It's got me as chair, however. I will cross that out.
Okay, so the next thing on the
It's
agenda.
11 o'clock at night, you just,
And
That's all
Make it
I
work.
want.
the next and second to last perhaps is you can call it a disclaimer, you can call it a disclosure, but I realize now that the most appropriate term, and I'm seeking to find it, is, and Cindy, correct me if I get this wrong, is it's a disclaimer, more appropriately, is the idea, and I'm searching for it here, I don't know why I don't have it. I
well,
must not
it's,
have made a slide.
it's this language on
Yeah,
here.
I didn't make a slide for that, but anyway, the reason I bring this up is because at the last meeting, and to some extent at this meeting, I worried that thank you very much, I worried that while our agendas are intended to be estimated times on our part, and quite logically, those that know our meetings, they know that
Chase,
these.
can you give me some too, please?
They know that these times are estimated also because they all
They know the
understand that it's not, it's what we aim to do, but it's not
Right.
always what we are able to accomplish. But in the end, my concern is that if we don't put a disclaimer on the agenda and continue to list estimated times, then it's possible that if we take something beforehand, then someone could claim that they did not show up to the meeting until, say, 8 o'clock, because that subject wasn't on the meeting agenda until 8 o'clock, and they may have
Thank you.
a claim to an open meeting law complaint. And so I would, at some point, I had circulated this language to the chair, and the chair viewed favorably upon the message, and I'd circulated it to Cindy, and she suggested that we discuss it in a meeting before utilizing the new procedure. I would recommend this. Alternatively, we could certainly remove estimated times off of the agenda and only put times on the start and hearing dates and times for actual hearings that are publicly posted for, let's say, ABCC license or otherwise. There are probably other ways in which we could address this, what I believe to be a potential issue in the future, and I'm certainly open to suggestions.
I've been at this off and on since 1987. It's never become an issue. However, if you want to do this, it encapsulates what our practice has been, puts it into writing. I don't have a problem with it.
The reason I bring this up, and I appreciate, the history, because I don't know the history, and that's helpful to me. The reason I bring this up is because I have needed to respond to various open meeting complaints over the years, and I just want to make sure that our process is as foolproof as possible.
It seems innocuous language.
You've already got a yes. Stay in the business, once you get the yes, all you can do is lose the sale. Okay, I'll make a motion. Do we need a motion on that?
I don't know as though a motion is necessary, but
Yeah,
if you
that's
want
fine.
it's fine.
You draft the agenda, if that's what you want to put on there, then that's fine. And it's cautious, but it's prudently cautious.
Okay, so other than that, I think we have minutes.
Yeah, and a reminder to folks to come Wednesday night to the town meeting.
Oh, we
Well, I
should
may
have
not
that
myself be
members
there.
updates.
Hey, you thought tonight was fun.
Yeah.
All right, we have minutes from
June 30 and June 10th, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any comments.
Nor do I. Read them through, they look fine. Look like they were written by two different people, though. I did get that out of them.
They actually probably were. A good observation.
That's the English teacher in me. Once
Okay.
upon a time.
You good, Cindy?
Yep.
I would move that the Board of Selectmen vote to approve the meeting minutes of June 30, 2019 and June 10,
Let it
2019.
back a second. Second.
All right, motion made by Selectman Gerbig, seconded by Selectman Glavy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move to adjourn?
Second. Are these supposed to be by packet? What the heck?
Yeah, those were the invoices that were attributed to the veterans.
Oh, okay.
100th, I should say 100th celebration.
Yeah, all right. I got you.
Good night, folks. We are back when July 15th, and
And
we
we do
hope.
have a joint meeting with LELWD